as I say. Give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit!
It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. It did not work at all.
Why, hello. How's everybody doing? The story of a boy telling you, man. Listen, I don't have any everything back. It's just it's just weird. We had dead air, horrible radio host. Video killed the radio star. Look at all these practice runs I did. The silence was better. Please stop singing.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Eldris, thank you very much for the 78-month T2 sub.
Get your magic find
Why do I have a level
ready.
2 Twitch named Always SRS? In solo self-found ancestrally.
I've come to talk with you again.
Pineapple, thank you for the 28 months. Okay, what else we got? What else I got that I can delete? I've got one named Hexblast in here. Do I? Oh yeah. Yeah, that's the good one. AI's text to speech. Oh, I actually actively want to do that, by the way. I think it's really good. Pain attunement! I mean, Jesus.
Then
I
I do
mean,
if you've got a body count of over 100. That means nothing to me, but if you put milk in your cereal bowl first, you're fucking disgusting.
it's true though. It's true though. Yo, the golden kappa. Taylor makes bad builds. Shifting stone. That can go now, right? Anything else? Anything else we can delete? Nah, I think that's it. I think that's it. I already put a ranged N08 weapon build guide as Guardian. We don't even have the transgem information. You can't put out guides yet.
You were born with quickness of body and sharpness of mind. How have you paid for these gifts? With innocent blood. Yours is a predatory profession, the business of butchery. You have stolen many a life to fill your purse. Now you will earn your redemption in Replica.
Okay, literally put out an SRS video? No, I put out a PSA about SRS. There's no guide there. There's no path of building. There's no anything. It's just, okay, everybody calm down. It will be fine.
Nothing like
guide coming when we can.
No.
Specifically, guide coming when we can, because you cannot put out a guide right now. I've seen guides already. I mean, we're still practicing for Hexblast.
It's nice not being dead yet.
You got the big bastard.
This is mine. Ghost dance.
I saw what Lion Eyes watch.
Nice.
Goodbye.
Okay, now for the big question. Do I get fucked?
Fine work with Hilly.
At least a green-blue link. Wow, I actually get fucked this time. Yo, that's the first practice run start that screwed me. I can't even buy the one. There's not even a 2-link. There's not even a 2-link? What about you? Can I just use this? Yeah, I can just use that. That's fine. Got to put a shield on, but least I get my skill. This is my favorite video in Leaguestart builds. I don't understand how anyone. I don't know. I don't understand how anyone can do that. Look, I don't get it. I don't get how anyone can do that. But the best thing you can do is not link it to other people and increase its views.
That's what this place smells like.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Rome CM, thank you for the prime. Oh, you're the one from... Oh, wait, are you the one... Is a comment from the filter video? Hey, I remembered. Thank you to Prime. See, I read the comments. I read comments in the YouTube videos. I especially get a kick about all of the people who are really, really, really butthurt about the fact that I have painted nails. I love that. There's so many. I know, but here's the thing. You might have got, but they don't. Every time they complain about my painted nails, I make more of an effort to show my hands in like this in the next video. Every time.
I'm impressed by how much this place wants me dead.
Just need a moment to catch my...
It drives engagement. Literally my thought process every time I see one. I'm like, I guess thanks for the engagement, buddy. Cheers. This makes it a little sad when I started this round. I'm like 98% sure it's fine. Like, I'm not worried about it at all. Oh. It already received a pretty big nerf already, making it harder to poison cap from the temp chains problems. I think a 38% nerf, if that was real, would take it away from poison cap. Like, it would definitely take it away from poison cap. If it was actually receiving a 38% nerf, I would probably be leaning into Guardian heavier than Necromancer and going Elemental. It's not though, so we don't have to worry about that. So Guardian's actually better than Necromancer until you can go poison. Until you can actually make the poison transition, Guardian's better than Necromancer. Making the poison transition is what puts Necro in front. Champ with a high damage tanky but costs more and needs to cast smite is basically an aura stacker. So I have an opinion on the champion lightning SRS, and that is that it is not an SRS build. I know it uses SRS, but that's where the similarities end, because one of the reasons you want to play SRS is because it's a largely automated build with very little downtime, very little actions, very smooth, very nice and easy to play. And the champion version is none of that. You have to have a not a life sprig, sorry, that's the thing I just got. Like, you have to have the boots and the smite and the weapon that you can melee attack with, and you have to manage your buffs and keep your blessing up and keep your smite up and like manage all these things. It's not an SRS build. Is it higher damage? Yeah, absolutely. It's good damage. It's great damage. Is it the same category as the other SRS builds? Oh Lord, no. Heavens, no. Absolutely not. Oh my god, if I could just
stay sharp out there.
Ben's been seeing Bonezone will peak around 10 million now compared to the old 35. I believe Ben more than my back of my hand math that I did. I was thinking that it would hit somewhere around 15 to 20 instead of 35. But if Ben says it's even worse than that, I believe him over me. Any time I'll believe him over me.
Be well.
Oh yeah, no, the Bonezone stuff was rough. Are we still doing mines? Probably. Although I could change my mind at any second. Just because of the alt quality loss. I believe the quality loss on the main gem is worse as well.
Just need a moment.
And they attacked the one thing that it stacks. The thing everything is built on. The amount of flat damage that you get from trauma. Well, but that's everything. Toxic rain, corrupting fever, or some kind of Pathfinder poison build. One of those. Are you talking about the private league? Or are you talking about the trade league? Use the nails. Nice. Although easy atlas trees for you. Is that as catchy as like 10 Leaguestart atlas trees? That's the title. Oh, do we title clickbait differently to how we screen clickbait people? Right. Okay. We do clickbaiting here. We just do ethical clickbaiting, not unethical clickbaiting. The difference is whether or not your video actually provides the things that it says it provides. Clickbaiting is just baiting you to click on the video. Unethical clickbaiting is when the video is full of shit that didn't matter and doesn't provide what it says. Ethical clickbaiting is when I make it so that you'll click on the thing, but then I also provide the thing I made you click on it for. Number 6 will blow your mind. As long as your thumbnail doesn't have while looking like you're getting a wedgie? Is that a thing? Is that a thing?
Mm-hmm. While we live, we are blessed.
So,
Got a job.
You look at this thumbnail. Hang on, I gotta look at this real quick. Yeah, yeah, it does. That's exactly what that looks like. Oh my god. No, not mine. Not mine. That is exactly what that looks like. That's fucking hilarious. Share with the class. I can't. I don't want to bring it up on stream and make fun of people. I just want to make fun of people in chat. Is the exsanguinate quality with skill effect duration for skill effect duration to base duration a nerf for poison variants? No. Skill effect duration doesn't affect poison anyway, and neither does the base duration of something like exsanguinate. Also doesn't affect poison. Your poison durations won't be affected by either of those things, so strictly looking at poison only, it makes no difference which quality it has. But if you're using the damage over time portion of the exsanguinate spell, then the new version is quite a buff. Alright, I gotta figure out how to get this restream bot working. I'm making a Baylor League video soon. We're never making a Baylor League video. I don't intend to make a video about the private league. So the idea was to have somewhere between 50 to 100 people. Garth, you got a 55-month resub.
More.
And to have those people like be from the community. So I'm talking about it a lot. Every day we're talking about it. We've got sign-up sheets. If you haven't signed up yet and you want to join the private league, absolutely come in and join the private league. But if I make a video on it, it's entirely plausible that 200 people who like loosely follow me but aren't usually part of the community like join, and then if it gets too big, it becomes a really shit trade league instead of like a group community feel, everything's free and we're all working together sort of feel. And I don't want that. I don't want it to become shit trade. I want it to feel like we're all in this together. If that makes sense. So I'm talking about it a lot. Everybody's welcome to join, but we're not making a video on it. Is melee still stuck with totems this league? I think so, but there was only like 2 melee builds in existence, so I don't know how much of a difference that makes. Might actually get me to play longer if I feel like I'm playing with people. Yeah. Definitely. Okay, hang on. I do a private league and my friends convinced me to run instead of doing SSF, and it just feels like shitty trade. Yeah. So that's exactly what I'm trying to avoid next Genesis is. I don't want it to be for shitty trade. So our private league has a few rules. One, there is no trading for currency. If you have something, if you drop something that's really good that you can't use, you give it away for free. And if you see something on the market, because it's still a trade league, that somebody else has dropped that they can't use that you want for your build, you take it for free. There's no profit. Right? It's all our league now. Our loot now. And that includes me and the team I normally play with. Socialism league, like a commune. Yes, exactly that. All right, hang on, I gotta log out of restream.io and see if I can figure out how the goddamn hell to get this thing working again, or why it broke to begin with. It's really annoying because I can't set this up off stream because YouTube doesn't have an off stream like chat way to do anything. Like the chat that you exist in YouTube doesn't exist unless I'm live. So there's literally no way to fix this off stream. Like it doesn't exist. You can't test anything. There is no chat. You guys starting the private league on the start date? Yes, we will be starting immediately. With one exception, not quite immediately, because it is very, very important that you create a character in the Affliction League first. Because unfortunately, the way that they do stash tabs, this is very important, by the way. If you're starting in this private league or any private league, this is very important. The way that they migrate your stash tabs across any private league migrates your stash tab from its parent league. So if we start a private Affliction League, Leaguestart, it will migrate my stash tabs from Affliction League. If you start an Affliction League, it will migrate from Standard. If you start an Affliction Private League and you've never made an Affliction League, there's no stash tabs there yet, so it's just fucking default everything and none of your shit comes across. Real annoying. I'll happily repeat that when we get back in. Hang on. Test. Let's see if this works. Damn it. I don't understand why that doesn't work, but okay. I still have no idea. Wait. Is the restream.io bot, does it exist? Is it not in? No, it has to be because it's It's reading Twitch and giving it to YouTube, but doesn't give YouTube back to Twitch. That's so annoying. Your stash tab doesn't populate until you enter town. Oh, really? Hang on, I didn't know that. I did not know that. Yeah, I see Twitch. Yeah, Next Genesis, you see Twitch, and I see both chats because I have both chats open. But for some reason, the bot isn't sending your messages from YouTube into the Twitch chat as well. So you get to see all of the chat if you're on YouTube, but Twitch chat misses the YouTube portion. I don't know why. It wasn't like that to begin with. I'm trying to fix it. I'm sorry, what? Explain, please? What am I explaining? Oh, did we hit an ad break right when I said this is very important for the private league? Is that what happened? Right, hang on. Let me just copy this in real quick. See if this works. Yeah, see, this is what's weird. Restream.io just thinks Twitch is offline, which is why it's not posting anything from it. It just thinks Twitch is offline. It's been doing it for days. I have no idea why. Was it off and back on? Oh, yeah. Okay. Like, I haven't tried that. Okay. So, the thing about starting in a private league that's very important. Anyone in the ad break missed? Says you're offline on YouTube there too? It does, actually. It just says offline on both. That's very weird. So the thing that's very important. This line right here. Very important. If you start your first character and get to town in the private league, it's too late. You can't fix it. You will just have a stash tab that's just a generic stash tab. Tab 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. None of your presets will happen. None of them. None of the colors, none of the moving, nothing. So what you have to do is make a character in the regular league first and just get to town. As soon as you load into town, it populates your stash tab, and then you can make a private league character. And then that will use the parent league, which is Affliction League, to migrate your stash tab into the private league. If you make the private league character first, it will try to migrate from your parent league, which won't exist, so it won't have a setup, so it will just give you all of the stuff. Close the tab and clear the cache and cookies usually fishes that issue. Not only have I done that, I've actually deleted the destination sources and re-added them to try and get them back. So I've done all of the things. One more test chat in. That's outdated, is it not? No. Damn it. Why don't I see? Oh, there it is. Okay, so I see YouTube chat in my little chat program, which is why I can read shit. I'm a noob. What are the benefits of playing in a private league? So just generally speaking, there are no benefits to playing in a private league. You can only put disadvantages on, of which we're doing none of them. So it'll just be a standard thing. Advantages, the only advantages of playing in a private league are advantages we as a community put in. So in this instance, there'll be no trading for currency at all. You give away everything that you don't need, and you take everything you do need, all for free. There will be no, like, trying to make money. So, yeah, so for instance, advantages completing your Atlas is going to be immensely easy because there's going to be a guild stash tab full of maps, right? So I'm going to be part of the, like, early group that gets to maps. And that's this map stash tab, probably day 2, is going to be public to everyone and full of all of our leftover maps, and get maps put in by everyone else as well. Guild currency too. There will be a guild currency tab. There'll be a guild everything tab. There'll also be quad tabs for things like heist and things like I'll probably have to buy more quad tabs. There'll be like heist tabs and alt quality gem tabs and 6-link tabs and things like that. Are there any requirements? No. Just join if you want to join. There are very few rules. The only other big rule, all just falls down to, like, don't be a cunt. Which means if there's a really, really big drop, like, let's say Ashes is still really good, and someone else drops it, and you decide to use it for your build, don't migrate out of the league with the really, really big expensive item that doesn't belong to you. If you drop a headhunter on the floor and you think, oh god, I want to go over to trade and sell this and make really good builds, you can absolutely do that. But you can't take somebody else's headhunter that you didn't drop and leave the league with it. That doesn't mean strip your character. You can go out with a functioning character, and please do if you decide to leave. Like, don't cuck yourself, like, leave with a, but don't leave with, like, the really big expensive items and make them leave our private economy, because that would be rough. Are we going to have a blacklist just in case? I mean, we're not going to make a blacklist unless we need to. Room in the guild, yup. Also, you don't have to be in the guild for this, although a lot of our, like, stuff that's available to everybody will be in the guild bank. That is because I'm unable to give you a league-wide stash tab. I can't do that. They don't have the, that's not an option. So that also means even if you're not in the guild, anyone in the guild is able to pull anything out of the stash tab and give it to you. So long as you're in the league, you're open. It's not like a guild thing. It's a league thing. It's just I can't give you a stash tab that the whole private league can get into. I guess the other requirement, which isn't even really a requirement, but more of a suggestion, is join the general chat, at least while you're in there. We have a Baylor general chat. 22567, and that's where everybody will be. Instead of typing in guild, everyone's going to be there. Sounds like a potential for pulling things out of stash tabs. There will be almost no locked tabs. Anybody in the guild will be able to pull whatever they want out. We'll also, like, The only things kept in stash tab will be like those sort of specialty items, like all the alt quality gems and like extra spare dragon fang amulets that are sitting around, and like maybe a collection of 6 links nobody's using, things like that. I don't want like just as bases. It would be better if most of the normal gear is just listed on the auction house like it normally would be, on trade site rather, like it normally would be. You even put a price on it like it normally would be. It's just that when somebody comes to pick it up, they don't pay the price, they just take it. Because we can still use the trade website. So the only things, there'll still be some things that are in the guild, but it's more shouldn't it just all be on trade so everybody can see it? And there's some things that just don't suit that. Yeah. And so certain things we'll keep in the guild bank, like all of the alt quality or trans gems, whatever you want to call them. Like that, for instance, whatever we've got that wasn't actively getting used by someone, so that most people can like look at the collection and be like, maybe I want to do something. Right? Why do I stop to kill this guy? Have you considered not doing that?
Just need a moment to
Silly Baylor. You can name him still like with alt quality gems. We probably should be sticking with alt quality gems. You're right.
Theopolis Prison's a child's playhouse compared to this. They sure don't make them like they used to.
The tale of Brutus was... Hello. Be well.
%95% profane bloom. So the teaser today? I might have actually. Can't remember what it is, but I might have. This is a good try. This is a good try, but everybody's seen how broke I continually am. Oh, I did see this. I did see this. I did see this. It's Ball Lightning Sork, except it doesn't follow you. This thing might be so much damage. Do you know how much damage Ball Lightning does when you get it going slow enough? Well, what if it was just stationary? Like what? Sorry? That could be so much damage. Now we just need it to follow you, and then we can play Ball Lightning Sork from D4. That's it. That's all we need.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
What's next? Moving Burning Ground? You mean Righteous Fire? I'm pretty sure the damage has been nerfed. GG play their own game, they know. That seems to imply that you think they don't want us to have OP tools. But they do. They do want us to have OP broken stuff. They just don't want us to have the same OP broken stuff forever.
Curious. It moves like a killer, yet reeks of thaumaturgy.
New OP broken stuff, great. Old OP broken stuff, nah. Any update? Build guide for SRS Guardian. Yeah, here's the update. Don't play it. Okay. I will not be making an update to any Guardian SRS builds. However, I have a suspicion about the new Replica Covenant making Guardian significantly better. Significantly better. However, I will not be playing it, and I am not one of the people who will just put out build guides for things I haven't tested. So I don't have a guide, and I won't have a guide for it, at least not before I play something. But definitely I am pretty interested in that Replica. The Replica Covenant, and I think that that shows quite a bit of promise.
For some.
Poison SRS viable for Ultimatum. It should be, although I expect it to be a struggle before you go poison. Before you go poison, I expect it to be a bit of a struggle. With the Necromancer SRS, it's a little bit weaker than the Guardian SRS off the bat. And so until you go poison, I think it will be a little bit of a struggle. But once you go poison, it'll be fine. How can I join the guild? Message anyone in the guild that's got a sword. Any officer. Me is fine. Just whisper someone.
Stay sharp out there.
Was Awakened PoE and Overwolf bannable? No, not to my knowledge.
I'm so good at this, I scare myself.
What does Overwolf do? I've never heard of it. So Overwolf itself isn't actually a PoE thing. It's a... So two things. Overwolf itself isn't a PoE specific thing. It's like an overlay program for a lot of online games. People use it in like League of Legends as well, and quite a few other things. It has a PoE section, which has Awakened PoE. What the fuck just happened to my monitor? Okay, everything's back. Never mind. It has a PoE section that has like a Woke PoE trade in it, which works quite well. Second, you will find a lot of people, especially people who have been around for a long time, being like, oh my god, don't touch Overwolf, don't ever download Overwolf, it's very dodgy, they do very dodgy things, they use a lot of your resources, They do this, they do that, they do the other. It's all true in the past. Current Overwolf doesn't actually do any of those things, but they never rebranded. But it really doesn't use any extra processing more than it needs to. It is safe to use now. It doesn't do the dodgy practices it used to do, but it still has a pretty bad name for people who have been around for a while. So GGG can't say Overwolf is not bannable because they don't control what Overwolf will put in later on. What I can tell you is what's currently available in Overwolf is absolutely not bannable. It is all within terms of services. GGG can't give them the green light forever and be like, this program's safe, because they don't know what's going to happen. What if they put something in that is across the line next week, for instance? And then you've got people going, well, you said it was safe. What the fuck, Chris? Right? And that's like, so they can't like give you the green light on it because it could change. They could put whatever, they're not in charge of it. But currently right now, it has nothing in it that would cross the line. Nice. I consider it safe, and I've used it myself, and I'll use it again on the stream, no problem. I don't know the names. I want to join the guild. Just whisper BalorMage. You can just at BalorMage.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Here we go. I'm real tempted to just like name the private league Socialist Propaganda. By the way. I just think there's probably some people that won't like that name. I think there's some people that'll get real upset. Don't do that, you get in trouble over nonsense. It's like a funny joke, but I feel like it would cause people to complain too much. It's a funny joke, but it's not worth the hassle of calling it socialist propaganda. But it's a funny joke though. No, I will not be naming it Make Reclass Great Again. I'm not even going to be seen as jokingly endorsing that Cheeto fuck. Wait, what?
Fresh stuck my...
Please understand that as a gentleman of honor, it pains me greatly to do this. Hard times call for hard hearts. I'm sure were the circumstances reversed, you'll do precisely the same.
I almost feel sorry for you, Fairgraves. Dying twice can't be fun.
I can't wait for the next video. The top 10 Affliction League ideas I haven't tested and don't recommend. Yo, that's actually a great idea. Wait, that's actually a great idea for a video. That's a fantastic video idea. What the hell? The top 10. What is that? Hang on, I gotta read that again. Hang on. Where'd it go? Can't wait for next week's video. Top 10 Affliction League ideas I haven't tested and don't necessarily recommend. That's a fantastic idea. That's so good. I actually love that. Also, upset for promoting socialism or making fun of it. I see, that's the problem. Whether I say I'm happy with socialist ideas or whether I say I'm unhappy with socialist ideas, it'll piss someone off. It doesn't matter what side you're on, someone will get upset. So it becomes a funny joke, but it's not worth making it the name of the league. Right? Because that is just too much of a headache. Is Guardian SRS still good? Never was, in my opinion. I've spoken before, like, pretty heavily about, like, how I feel about those sort of things and whatnot. And you can, like, visibly watch the sub count go down while I talk about it. And it doesn't matter what side you're on. Some people will leave no matter what. It's ridiculous. It's kind of amazing. You can talk about politics today, about whole power at all. No, I talk about that sort of stuff often. It's never stopped me. The fact that like people leave or get upset has never stopped me. And I'll talk about it and I'll talk about it again. But it's not like a focus. It's not like a political stream, right? It's not like we're here to play PoE and make dick jokes most of the time, right? Like that's.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Oh yeah. Guardian rework, got any sweet builds with it? Look, I'm not a fan of Guardian. Other people are a fan of Guardian. I'm just not. Currently, or at least I'm not currently when it comes to SRS. There are some things that I will support the Guardian choice on. Things like Absolution and Dominating Blow. I think Guardian's great for those. Even Guardian SRS is really good up until you can make a poison change on Necromancer. It is much stronger early. Your first day or two of play is really, really good. But it doesn't have the scaling that Poison SRS does. It falls off as soon as
soon as people start making transitions into poison on the Necromancer, they just fly in front of Guardian and they take off. So it's sort of like a situational thing. Like, I would rather play Guardian SRS if I'm going to be part of a 2 or 3 day event over the weekend, because it's probably going to take me 2 days to even make the transition to poison, and I'm going to be weaker for that whole 2 days. And then I only get 1 day as the scuffed poison and I don't get to scale it. I'd rather just be a Guardian because it's stronger early. But if I'm playing in a real league where I'm going to be playing for more than a few days, there's no world where I pick Guardian over Necromancer right now as it stands. With the only caveat being that Replica Covenant might change everything, but until we see it and like play with it and experiment some, we don't really know. But that might be Guardian's saving grace, to be honest. That might be how you get Guardian to scale and keep up with poison, or at least be good enough to keep going. It looks pretty solid.
At last, I have so much I wish to share with you.
This is love's true face!
Whoop. It looked like it hurt a bit. It did. It hurt, but I liked it.
My first dance with a lady of quality. Pity she let herself go.
Still can't believe they bust Stormblast. Wait, I didn't even clock that. I think I remember it, but I don't remember what happened. I think I like remember reading it and being like, lol, my Stormblast. It's better.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
I'm a gardener clearing the weeds so that the crops may grow.
Not a fan at all of Stormblast. Me either. But it gets me to level 28. Which is what I need it to do.
I need more pockets.
Then you get Pyroclast. And that is much better. Whoops. So you just changed to Stormbrand at level 12. So I can't get anywhere near here. So my Stormbrand DPS is halved. And there's these damage nodes would affect Brand. I could not take this, but then my pathing is there's mines here. There's one damage node there I could take. There's mines here. You go through there. There's mines there, and there's mines there. So there's like practically no damage scaling that isn't mines. And there's almost nothing around me that I could temporarily take that isn't mines. And so I'm just sort of like, I look at it and I'm like, either I agree that it's worth spending like 30 regrets at Act 3, or you just level something that has mine in the name and let it go. And so that's what I've chosen. Just pick something with mine in the name and put up with it. And the damage will be more than what you had before as long as you scale it. So I don't think anyone's arguing that you can't do more damage with the new thing. The argument isn't that you can't eventually do more damage. You definitely will eventually do more damage. There's not even a question. You need to scale it completely differently. It is no longer Leaguestart. Well, not viable. That's not the word, because it is going to be Leaguestart viable if you know what you're doing. But you need to know what you're doing now. And you're definitely going to be weaker in the early and mid game. Though not while leveling. But you can get stronger. It's definitely not new player friendly anymore. That's for sure as well. So I do think it's still absolutely playable. I do think it'll be fine. It just isn't something you want to like point a new player at anymore. Also, I would absolutely 100% be picking an Inquisitor now. Review this Atlas tree I put together. Right, that thing. We can have a look at an Atlas tree. Sure. Could you support another skill with the mind support? Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look at your Atlas tree.
I need more pockets.
What expedition mods are bad for Guardian or Ellie SRS? Immune to fire is pretty rough. Even though you're a tri-element build, you're still like 70% fire. So you wouldn't want to pick immune to fire. You don't want to take 2 block nodes back to back either. You can take 1 block node because they get 50% block and 10% max block. So that's fine. But what you don't want to do is take 2 block nodes back to back because then that's 90% max block. And that's rough. What is happening with my monitor? It's just turning off randomly. Okay. Well. Everything breaks, man. I fucking hate computers. Let me wiggle some cables and see if it does it on command. Hang on. No, nothing there. Yeah, new window into the captures. Weird. Alright, so let's see what we got. Blight, Essences, Ultimatum, and Delirium, and Curak. I don't think this is worth even early league. Even early league, I don't think any of this is worth, but you could argue for this. You could argue for this, but not that whole wheel. That's not worth it. Also, you're missing altars. You're going to be putting one of these three things on, either Maven, red or blue. And we need to spare a little bit of points for that. We need to get like this shit, whether you can take this or not is up to you or up to the build. And like this, we need to fit like those in somehow. Which means something has to go. Something has to go. I don't know if these two are that important, but that'll be up to when you're playing it. But I'd love to drop those. I don't think they're that important. I don't think you'll need them. Honestly, it's all of Kurak. All of Kurak has to go. I said there was an argument for these, and there is, but it's not nearly as important as getting these two wheels. And without them, you're just losing a lot. You're just losing a lot of profit every time. Those have to go. And then with them gone, you can actually just connect for 1 point here, which also saves these two. Now you get to keep the quant wheel, or more likely take the quant wheel last and have a more reasonable point total. Also, this is sort of up to you, but these nodes make maps significantly harder. They do also make them more rewarding, but especially early league, I try and keep out of the top hat as hard as I can. So I would be more tempted to take a duplicate node and one node here so that I could just to lose 2% increased effect. That's just me personally. For league starts, that top hat makes stuff a lot harder when you're in a position where you can't handle it yet. So I would be pathing like that instead. Thank you. Should have filtered just downloaded them yesterday. Nice. You followed them instead of downloading them, right? So they show up in blue text. They should show up like that. Although you should only have those three, not all five. But if they show up like that in blue text, you're set and you're going to get the automatic updates. I also think, I forget whose tree this is, but I also think this boss is going to be a lot harder than we think. And I think early, you're not going to want the boss. I also think early, you're probably not going to want that because I expect this to be actually quite hard. I'm not saying don't take it. I'm saying it's the last, like it comes at the end, not early. I'd be trying to pull back to here. Now you've got like 110 and that's a pretty reasonable goal. I'm not saying don't take it at all, but I'm saying it's not going to be good right away. I'm a little questioning though, because I feel like instead of that top node, here's 5%, 10% chance, 8% increased number of monsters, 8% increased number of monsters, 8% increased number of monsters. Ultimatum encounters in your map grant rewards as though you completed an additional round. I think that node is actually super important. That means if you can only get to wave 8, you're getting rewards as if you got to wave 9. If you can complete wave 10, you're getting rewards as if you went to wave 11. The rewards on Ultimatum are exponentially better, or at least they were in the past. Exponentially better every single wave. So getting rewards one wave higher than where you are is pretty fucking good. I would rather take that and not have the bosses, personally. This is something you could save. As nice as it is to have the few % chance for extra reward tiles, it's not really that important. What is the importance of the ring radius in the Ultimatum? A smaller radius just gives you less room to play with. So it might become either easier or a little bit harder depending on how good your clear is. If your clear is fantastic and you're able to one-shot like everything in an area, having less area to deal with will make you clear better, right? Because everything's getting hit every time you do a spell. If it's like projectile based and you need room to move around and a few seconds for everything to die and there's a chance that you might get overwhelmed, then this might make it harder. Yes, moving out fails the encounter. It is like Ritual, except it's not a solid wall. You can just run away, but running away fails your encounter. All right. I would probably do something like this. I would also probably leave these blocks off until last. I don't really hate blocking, but I don't think it's important early. This gets you down to about 110, which is pretty reasonable. 111. That's a pretty reasonable thing to get to. You've got what I would consider to be all the important nodes for everything you were trying to spec into. SRS good for Ultimatum. It was. I expect it to still be good once you go poison. You might get a little overwhelmed in the later stages before you go poison. All right, let's give this one back. That is the one I would take. Can you tell me more about the altars? Those are new to me. Altars like, are we talking like red and blue altars? How long has it been since you played? Are you talking about these? When I say the red side or the blue side? That would be better off shown in a YouTube video than explained to you, to be honest. The short version is you pick an influence type and influence mobs spawn in those zones, and when you kill them there's a chance that altars appear, and those altars will have things on them that have an upside and a downside. The upside is usually loot and the downside is usually mobs get tankier or mobs do more damage or something dangerous. Sometimes meteors fall from the sky when you use a flask. That one's dangerous. Sometimes a bunch of downsides instead. It's hard to be more specific than that without showing you. When they came out, Grimrobe did like 16 videos on them. You would be better off to look for some older YouTube videos showing you what can happen. Meteors suck. Yeah. Yeah, they do. Especially if you're a Pathfinder. Pathfinders get pretty heavily shafted by those meteors, I'm not gonna lie.
Speak.
VVBG, morning. Never mind, it was my headset. Done that before. What Atlas do you recommend for Leaguestart for a kinda semi-new player? Are you joining us in the private league or are you going to trade? Both are fine. It just might change the answer a little bit. Trade most likely. What are you playing? So your Atlas tree should depend on your build or the other way around. Both is fine, but you need to like match the content that you're trying to push with the build that could do them comfortably. ED Elementalist or EA Ballista. Okay, so you've got really good single target and some safety. Quite a bit of safety. But not the most fantastic clear in the world. Decent, okay clear, but not the most fantastic. So we want to stay away from things like that need like heavy clear, like Legion and Breach. They're going to be miserable. You're not going to enjoy them at all in that build. You're not going to want to do those things. Is there a link to this Google Doc? Yes, exclamation mark last video or last vid. It's the most recent YouTube video. Just in the description of that. So you're going to want to do things like you'll be good with Expedition. You'll be good with all of the altars. You'll be pretty good at Harvest. You should be pretty good at Betrayal. You might even be pretty good at Ultimatum. You're after stuff that you'll also be pretty good at, like Essences. You're after stuff that would require a relatively high single target / tanky damage, like / tanky character, but not stuff that requires super giga clear speed things. As far as like suggesting an exact specific tree, all I can tell you is that you should look at that video. It's got like 10 examples of trees. And you should pick content that you enjoy. Because there'll be a lot of videos telling you what's profitable and what's not profitable. But the real answer is every single mechanic on the entire Atlas is profitable. And the most profitable thing you can do is do a mechanic that you enjoy. Because that will make you continue playing. Because you're having fun. And playing the less profitable one for 10 hours is way more profitable than the min-maxed perfect profit one that you can only play for 2 hours until you quit.
Your trouble. I like that.
All that flashy sword swinging when all you need is one good stab.
Okay, this is way better. I paused it a little bit different this time, and it's way better. Instead of going like through here and then up for the crit wheel before I get my first mastery, I got this node because it's super important and really good. And then went straight up and got the AoE and area damage so I could get a mastery way earlier and a good mind damage. Yeah, so by the way, well explained, we'll watch the video. I was here yesterday and saw a bit of it. Yep.
Yeah, I'm always really hesitant to like suggest people Atlas trees because I just like if I tell you you should go run this tree and then you have a miserable time, that's my fault. It sounds real good. It makes me sound real good if I can be like, oh, a new player, you should run this. Like it makes me sound like I know what I'm doing. But like they're all profitable. They're all worth running. They're all good. You should really be doing something fun.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Stormblast Mine is not going to be as good to start next league, by the way. Isn't it going to be better? Isn't it going to be better?
I've seen some dark places in my line of work, but this is something else.
It loses shock and shock effect, but yeah. Shock is way better than a base damage increase. I don't think that's true. At these super low levels. It might be a little true later, but by the time that's relevant, I won't be using Stormblast Mine. This is a Pyroclast Mine build from level 28. We're only worried about level 1 to 28, and I think the base damage is far more useful at those early times. Swift Assembly got a nerf, so that's going to affect it early. Swift Assembly got a quality nerf, which I never have on a league start anyway. Oh, you got other builds that depend on the shock too. I mean, as soon as I finish this quest right here, I've got a Skitterbots out anyway, which are already shock and chill.
I need more pockets.
What's up? I guess, sure. Right, hang on. I'll be just a second. Twitch has got an ad starting in a minute anyway, so that'll be fine. I'll be back in just a sec.
That's gonna be fun. Ugh. Looks like I'm gonna be out of the home for like 6 or 7 hours tomorrow. Family stuff. Why is it that when other people have drama that's like valid drama that I can be there for and should help, why does that have to also happen at like Leaguestart times? Like, can't you do that like 2 weeks ago? I had so much time 2 weeks ago. Like, it's just a little... Like, I had so much time 2 weeks ago. We're out of home now than Friday? Yeah. It's just gonna be awkward to get as much work done as I want to get done.
Just need a moment.
If I'm also going to be spending 5 or 6 hours around at my sister's house every day this week, that's going to be a little awkward.
I need more pockets.
I need help with build selection. Put them all on a wheel. Put all of your options on a wheel. Roll the wheel. Play whichever one it lands on. You see my... I think you used my expedition roll tree. I may have. Good tree. It was solid.
Travel far.
Quality changes, but only with the quality changes. I was looking at Armageddon brand Inquisitor though. Cold Dot got nerfed pretty heavily. Nerfed pretty heavily because you can no longer just put Vortex on left click and walk around with it going down all the time. It now has a cast speed, and that makes it awkward as fuck. Murphy is alive and well. Oh, is that about my awkward timing of like family drama? Yeah. Change to the buff and the damage makes up for it. I don't think it does. No amount of damage makes a skill. Stop it! What are you doing? No amount of extra damage makes a skill that's suddenly awkward to play. No longer awkward. Even if it does double the damage it used to do, it's still awkward. It's weird because I lose my monitor as well. It's not just you guys. I lose my monitor as well. Let's see. I'm just going to lightly jiggle the cables at the back of the computer, but I can't see the screen. So we're just going to see if that like fucks with things. Just lightly jiggle them. Don't die. Nothing happened. Something made noises. Don't know what those were. But nothing. Nothing died. Let's jiggle the cables that are at the back of the monitor. See if they do anything at all. Okay, does nothing. Okay, I have no idea. This is a new problem. This has not been happening. It's not the right cable. Oh, I was jiggling like a handful of cables. Could have been anything that unplugged and plugged back in again. Well, all I can tell you is that I definitely did have the monitor cables.
I caught...
Did the earth move for you, baby?
Probably. You hit the ground quite hard. Yeah, I don't know what I'll do about it. Nothing with computers ever works. I know I play a lot of video games and a lot of video games. I know I'm on the computer a lot. Low key, I fucking hate computers, man. Like so much.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
I hate them. I actually hate them. They're so shit. They just don't work. They break all the time. Nothing ever happens the way it's supposed to happen. Everything plug and play doesn't plug and play. Like it's... Did I actually not do the thing? Oh my god, I didn't do the thing. Thank you. Any recommendations for a chieftain starter? Yeah, don't. Chieftain had one build. It was Righteous Fire. The straight Leaguestart life version of Righteous Fire is dead now. Doesn't mean Righteous Fire's dead, but it'd be pretty fucking awkward to play a Chieftain or a Juggernaut on Leaguestart unless you really know what you're doing.
Now that was satisfying.
Like, it's to the point now where if you need help working out what to do, you shouldn't do it. Like that. It's that level of weird now. And I don't know what the replacement is for... I don't know what the replacement is for, Chieftain, other than RF. It was like the only thing it had going for it.
I really don't want to go LA again 3 leagues in a row, get stale. Then don't. Pick something else. There's so many others. Adding it, play Chieftain, play Gladiator instead. I'm sorry, you just listed the only Ascendancy on the tree that's worse and said play that instead. That... What do you mean? There's 16 Ascendancies. Gladiator's the worst one. Sorry, there are 19 Ascendancies and Gladiator's the worst one. You're right, my bad. There are actually 19 Ascendancies and Gladiator's the worst one. Wait, no. Are we back to Chieftain Ancestral War Chief Totems? What got changed exactly? The explode node works on totems now. So you'd still want 1, 2, 3, 4. Totems taunt enemies. Recoup 25% of the damage taken by your totems. Totems regenerate 1 life per second for full life recovery. A second from regeneration. So your totems end up pretty tanky. You get the explode. And you get all the resists. I don't... Maybe? Maybe. Ancestral Call got a range buff. War Chief Totems doesn't need Ancestral Call. It's not a strike. It already hits an area. God damn. Hexblast sounds fun to play, but how player friendly is it? It's not that friendly. I'm excited to do it. I don't know if I'm ready to like suggest it to everyone. It's definitely good.
Just need a moment to catch
Leaguestart's gonna be rough. If you're in a trade league, it'll be a lot easier. I think it'll be okay in a trade league. I think I'll go okay in the private league. Because I think we'll definitely get one of the items that we need for this shit relatively quickly. But if like 20 people tried to start it because it's what I'm starting, we would be having a pretty miserable time in the private league. Because you're just not going to have the items. It's not going to happen.
Now that's what you get for bringing the stick to a knife fight.
Like the items we need for this build, they're not like tier 4 uniques. They're not super common. They're not super rare. But like
no point in looking
dibs
back
on
now.
first.
There's just death and a lot of it.
Streamer privilege I don't know.
I thought you were a fool for seeking out Mervale. A fool in love with death.
How easy do you think a Bone Shatter jug can clear essences? In the past, super easily. I am currently worried about Bone Shatter and its viability as a whole. Ben and Khan are probably the people I would ask about that.
Bye.
Quite the last there.
Because I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure that Bonezone survived.
Damn.
But I don't really know enough about Bonezone to be like, this is what happened.
There's greatness in you. You say that I'm so.
What happened to Bonezone? I'm a little iffy on the exact details, but it is something about the trauma stacks. It's a late game prospect of Bonezone. So does that mean that the like early game Bonezone will be fine? Because like I literally just don't know. I don't really know. I never played it. I read the changes and was like, I don't really know if this is a good or a bad thing. And so I just sort of farming Bonezone questions out to like Khan and them who know the answers to those things better than I do.
You will be a survivor, or you will be.
I'd rather not give advice than give incorrect advice, basically. And it's just, Bonezone is just not something I know about.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Hexblast was the second most played Leaguestart in Ancestor? Yes. In a trade league, I don't think you'll have any problem. Looks really good. In a private league, it's going to be a lot rougher to start. Maybe. Maybe? I don't know. I've never done a private league before. Is 70 or 80 people enough to guarantee we can float around a few profane proxies and whatnot on day one? Can we get enough curse on hit rings for people to be playing it? I have no idea. You started Pro League to practice with Leaguestart? I didn't start it. Somebody else did. I just joined it. I just joined it so I'd have an area that I could clear when I wanted. Oh my god, it's not that way either. Still looking at Armageddon brand. Yep. Started the LA last league as much as I don't want to do it again. It's looking good. LA's always looked good though. I don't know what to farm. Didn't you want to do logbooks and shit? So that you could do Rog and Tujin shit?
This shadow is starting to feel a little inadequate.
What is the best build? Literally nothing except 216 boss rush with essences. I did lightning or tornado shot with phantasm and the enchants we removed. I don't know if that's surviving. It's probably not. So fastest thing to do essences and boss rush is probably going to end up being some sort of Pathfinder. Either Pathfinder or Raider. You're going to want run very, very fast. And Pathfinder and Raider are the options for that. You need to be able to kill map bosses, but not much else. I don't know about best. But self-cast Exsanguinate Poison might be a pretty good option. For the Pathfinder. So the big thing about that is that essences in tier 1 maps give exactly the same rewards as essences in tier 16 maps. So it's fine if your build can one-shot essences anyway, then it doesn't matter. But yeah. Kind of addicted to Pathfinder's Mage Blood at home. I don't blame you. Pathfinder is by far my favorite Ascendancy. I actually even prefer Pathfinder over Deadeye overall. Imagine the new ball lightning with Orb of Storms. Orb of Storms only procs when you cast the skill, not like when it does damage or anything. You cover less chamber, I suppose now. I wonder if it'll be any good probably for leveling. Cobra Lash looks really good, actually. Like, it looks solid.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Got rid of some crit on Cobra Lash. Won't matter if you're poisoned. Circle. But I like being a champion fighter. Is a 100% ignite needed for EA or just strongly recommended? So the answer's sort of in the middle. Without 100% ignite. Okay, this is that you're missing, the information you're missing. You plant 20 fuses into a target, one single explosion happens. Even though there are 20 fuses, they all count as one explosion. If that explosion doesn't ignite, you didn't deal any damage, and you have to wait for them to stack up again and go again. So, needed, but like, it'll technically still work. It'll technically still work without it. If you've got 80%, it just means 20% of the time you do no damage, which would be miserable. So I want to call it needed, but like, it's okay if it doesn't have it to begin with and you have to like get some shit ignite chance jewels somewhere and whatnot. Honestly, people still get upset at the 3-minute ad break once every half hour. It seems so reasonable. I don't understand.
Do not worry, little beast. We are friends now.
Move to Australia, it's like 30 cents. Let's see. Go for mine first. I think this way was better. I think it's just better. What is the tech today? This is just Temple Run. There's nothing new here. Well, that's actually not true. I'm actually like allocating my points differently this run as I level up, and it's actually been quite a bit smoother. So it's actually not quite true that I'm doing nothing. I actually much prefer what I've done this time, but it's a pretty minor change. I'll show you what I did differently if you care. Normally my pathing has been come through here, go this way, get that elemental damage, the Saboteur node, go through here, head straight up here, grab this mine wheel. This time I came to here, went this way instead, only got that, not elemental focus. I'm set up to get assassinate next, and then come over the top to get this mine wheel, which is slightly less damage, but 10% area, 10% area, 15% area, and 30% damage, and access to the area notable, or not notable, mastery, like right away. If I'm finding a Lyra opposite of the waypoint, same side as the waypoint. Run directly out, same side as the waypoint. She's always there.
Ah, it's so good to be back in the city.
I have no idea what's wrong. Other than that's a lot of views to get in an hour and a half for us, but I don't know what's wrong. Oh, I would never have noticed that in the world. Never ever. Just leave it. The more people complain about it, the more comments it gets.
Just need a moment.
Great.
To catch my breath.
Leave it.
I don't mean to
Leave it. Every person that complains about the spelling is feeding the algorithm. I'm not opening it. Okay, so we lost Arinity and we gained 150 extra people to complain about the spelling or grammar or something. That's fine.
Godslayer.
Yeah, just make sure the tags aren't misspelled. Otherwise, it's a problem, right? What hideout is this? Technically, it is the Celestial Nebula hideout. I do have a second half of it over here where all of the NPCs that I might need occasionally are.
It's been many. Keep an eye out for gold.
I'm big sad I didn't know Hexblast was a mines build. I mean, technically it's not. Technically Hexblast is just a normal spell, but it doesn't get used as a normal spell. It's a mine build. I'm an idiot. What's spelt wrong? I don't get it either, to be honest. This is the screenshot that I got sent. I still don't see any problem. You're typing the same word. You're all typing the same word. Oh, Ed recommended instead of recommend. Okay, whatever. Fucking no one's ever gonna even notice that. Same thing. I've said it before, and I'll say it again, and I'll preach it, and I'll yell it, and I'll scream it from the top of a hill.
Just need a moment.
It doesn't fucking matter. Spelling and grammar are not important. The only thing that matters is that people understood what you meant, and if they did, communication was successful. If you fuck up the spelling or grammar so badly that people don't understand what you mean, then there's a problem. If people understand what you mean, then communication was successful and there is no problem.
Treat life and death with equal grace, it said. If I were death, I'd take offense at this place.
So let's put shit paper on his grocery. Yeah, Alice, that's fine. You know what that is. I don't know who Dave is. I was recommended SnapPow for Orobot videos. Looking at some other high level videos are the ones I'm currently watching because they're super high end. yeah, they are. Snap stopped making all of the progression Orobot videos because somebody else was making them just as well and he just couldn't be bothered. Does anyone remember who the person who like took over the Orobot stuff? Because Snap only really does the party stuff now. Like the big party stuff. What are your thoughts on SRS Pathfinder? There's no reason to do it. I just want to be tanky. Necromancer's super tanky. Halo Sam. That sounds right. That sounds right. That's a name I recognize. I think it's that dude. I'm not 100% sure, but that name like rings a bell. Also, hi Alexia.
My shadow continues to nip at my heels.
Bag it and tag it, boys. Let's go. Occupy. Nobody enjoys your presence. Go away, party.
Enough of this.
People are only pretending to be your friend. Leave. There we go.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Actually, the human brain was really cool to read words with the first and last letters and we can unscramble the rest of them. Yep. Bet Baylor can't read that? Of course I can read that.
Be careful.
Of course I can read that. Everyone can read that. That's why spelling doesn't matter. Hi YouTube, you poor forgotten stepchildren. Listen, YouTube can see all of Twitch chat still. Just Twitch chat can't see YouTube and I don't know how to fix it. It's funny how you can see his lips moving when he's typing. Listen, shut up. You don't need to call me out like that. I don't have to speak out loud in my head to be able to type. No, you. Shut up. What do you mean? Why is everyone mean to Baylor today? Oh, because it's a day that ends in Y. What do you mean? What? So you can spell? No. No. The Doom Betrayal Harvest starts from the same base that you explained at the beginning of Wandering Path, right? I'm gonna go straight into the full tree. I loved that tree, by the way. You can do whatever you want. The base is always a good place to start if you want quick progression and just respec after your 2 watchstones. Take the base, and then once you've got the base there for progression, spread out into what the tree that you want to change into will look like.
Ready.
And then do that, basically. Yo!
Mean to Balor. Chat would never be mean to the streamer.
Inquisitor Gyre, thank you very much for 5 gifted subs. And Voiberg also, thank you for the 55-month resub.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Alexia also, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. I always get to check. Yeah, that's going to put me at 12, isn't it? Yep. Yep. First time I've seen Baylor buttoned up to the collar.
Ready.
Wow, that's a good thing then, I guess. Ronnie16, thank you very much for the prime. Hey, level 2 complete. Wax Telexia's name into your hair. First of all, why the fuck could I do that? Second of all, Lord, no. For 2 reasons. 1, ow. And 2, why would I want to wax my chest hair? You can only get away with a waxed chest if you also have like good pecs and like a 6-pack style body. Like if you're like ripped, you can wax your chest and get away with it. If you're a little on the larger side like me, chest hair goes a long way. It goes a long way. You don't want to get rid of all of that. To be fair, I think Baylor would do it for a lot of money. I mean, Baylor would do nearly anything for a lot of money. Like, let's be honest here. I am for sale. The price is high, but I am for sale. Okay, I think we've established that I definitely am a whore for money. It's just a lot of money. Here's the thing, and I believe this to my core. Every single person would do almost anything for the right amount of money. Almost anything. Obviously not things like murder and whatnot. Like not those sort of things. But like other things, for the right amount of money, almost anybody would do almost anything that's reasonable. The amount of money changes. Right? Some people might wax their chest hair off for $100. Some people might like their chest hair so much that it requires $100,000. But like, the price might change, but like, everything's for sale.
Hello.
People would even murder if the price is right. Right, but not everybody. In fact, most people wouldn't.
Good luck to you.
Right? Most people wouldn't do that. That would be too far for most people. But more reasonable things, they've actually always been for sale.
General Gravicius demands absolute... Why are you still standing there?
You get him, boy.
The price of Tincture Prism will be at least 3 times. Educated guess. I don't want to guarantee anything, but my guess is somewhere between 4 and 8 times the price that it used to be in the first week or 2. I think it'll settle right down because we always eventually end up with way more GCPs than anybody needs. I usually end up with stacks of hundreds of them, but in the early league, first and maybe even second week, then you know, that's fine. Once a month, that go pretty fucking far for chocolate. I'm gonna make Telexia hate me. I don't even like chocolate much.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Red altars give a lot of them. I always go blue. Yes, red altars give a lot of them.
I love hunting.
Of course you don't like chocolate. You're a boy. Boys are weird and gross. Boys are weird and gross.
What? Do you not have nets, exile?
I'm exactly worried about Bonezone when it got buffed because I didn't understand the changes to Bonezone. That's what I was saying. I don't know really how Bonezone functions. I've never played it. I'm not really interested in playing it. I don't really understand how they get damage. And I don't really understand how those changes affect it. Recipe still works for supports, as I understand. Yes.
You decided on your starter. Tentatively. It's probably going to be this Hexblast build that I've been practicing. You see the transfigured ball lightning? Yeah. Just stationary. If it's got the same amount of damage as the normal ball lightning, it's actually going to be insane. Like, awkward and its map clear probably won't be great, but insane though. Will this be Hexblast later on or stay Lightning Trap? Every intention of being Hexblast. In fact, once I kill Gravicious, it'll be Pyroclast mine. And then after Pyroclast mine, as soon as I can change into Hexblast, I will. I thought about buying the Hexblast MTX, but the base skill looks better than the MTX, so I'm not going to do that. Are all active skills going to get transfigured or just some of them? All active skills are going to have at least one. Many of them are going to have two. There might be more added in the future, but everything is going to have at least one. Well, not might. There will be more added in the future. The TLDR is they don't have the gems, which is why we don't have the gems. They'll be releasing them in batches as soon as they're ready to go. Probably, I assume, every single day. And we will get as many trans gems as they can pump out before release. Which will not be all the ones they plan on doing ever. It'll just be as many as they can get done. That's my understanding. As many as they can pump out, they'll do. And then more will come later on.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
What do you think of Venom Guy in this league? Venom Guy looks fine. If anything, a little bit better. I'm more interested in Cobra Lash because it was very similar, but now it's going to chain a buttload. Venom Guy is kind of dead with the Combs nerf. Nah. Fuck Combs. Rage was always cheesy and shit anyway. I never even liked it to begin with. Is there a way to start with PF and progress until... I guess we'll take... What the hell is PF? Do you mean Pathfinder? Because Hexblast is really a sab build. There are some tricksters, but almost no Pathfinders. Did you show explanation of Bonezone? I didn't. Back in Crucible, made an axe so strong for Bonezone that it one-shot himself when he attacked him. I saw that. Wave of Conviction totems a thing. I mean, it can be. Poison Hexblast with Prolif. Could be Pog. I also think it could be. I don't know. Bonezone hurt You hurt things, scales of melee fizz. Yeah, no. I mean, I get the basics. I think I'd rather not.
What is it? Need something? Watch yourself.
My understanding of Bonezone is that attacking applies stacks of trauma to yourself. The stacks of trauma do a static amount of damage that scales with more trauma. The more trauma you have, the more damage you do to yourself. It's not about how much damage you do to the enemy, it's about how often you hit yourself. But hitting yourself more for more trauma stacks makes you deal more damage, but also gives more damage to yourself.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Ball lightning plus orb storm seems strong. Chain, maybe.
Of dust or brick out of place. Someone's got.
What if you use Arcanist brand with the new ball lightning, the stationary one, so that you don't have to worry about it being stationary? Sounds like Stormbrand with more steps. Yep. In the clip that they showed us, they were only putting down one ball lightning at a time. But we haven't seen the gem. So we don't know if that's a limitation on the gem itself or if that's just what they were casting. They never casted to override it, to unsummon it. They just only cast one at a time. So essentially they didn't show us and we don't know. A rearrangement can be made in the Red Altar Expedition Ultimatum to exchange Expedition for Harvest. I'm thinking of doing it this league. Without opening up the tree, I can't be 100% sure, but they take roughly the same amount of points and they're all in roughly the same amount of trees. So you should be able to do that. That sounds reasonable to me.
Play dead. Good doggy.
One-shot yourself back in. Attacking too fast for the amount of physical damage reduction or mitigation that you have. That's how you kill yourself with it. This feels like a very slow run for you. It's just temple run. Don't worry about it.
I'd question what I've become if I felt the need. I don't.
You are not. What is that you have? The cockroaches will come again. They want the twist. That cockroach emperor. The other bugs shout. I like a dash. Leave me, not a cockroach.
So I've already gotten the craft, but I just because I haven't reset. Oh no, I haven't gotten the craft. That is something I will need. That fire damage is a good craft to have, especially since I'm about to change into whatever you call it, the other thing. Like this is the spot where you change. Usually I'd like to have a 4 link by now, but this run I just haven't found one. So, fire class, thank you.
I'm inside the blackguard stronghold, like a fox in a hen house.
So you confirmed 100% starting Hexblast at this time? Oh no, I don't know about that. It's the current plan. I have a good history of, look, nothing is, until I make the character and start leveling it, nothing's guaranteed. I have been known in the past to practice a build for a week straight and then 3 minutes before the league launches, change my mind 6 different times and then start with something I've never even practiced before. I can't guarantee what I'm starting with until I start. There's so much. There's so many options. Bitch, please, you've gotten to lab and changed your mind mid-league start? I have. I've done that too. I've actually made the decision, started, then got to lab, and pivoted into a different ascendancy and different build. Just on the spot at first lab. Actually, you know what? I'm going to change what I was doing. I changed my mind. I'm going to do something else.
Do not let me test or try or experiment with fucking anything.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Baylor. You can experiment with whatever you like. That's old Baylor from the past. Old Baylor from the past cared about profit more than he cares about fun. Current Baylor makes profit no matter what the fuck he does. And so it doesn't matter anymore. And now I focus on fun instead of profit. Fun first, profit second. It's still in the list. At least if I'm in a trade league. Like, I still want to be making money. But I want it to be fun first. And then see if I can make money out of the fun thing.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
In the league, snapped up 5 fracturing orbs for 13 div each. They're 30 in standard. Nice. My biggest problem is I don't have enough leftover money to buy a mirror so that I can get my mirror MTX. I'm pretty sad about that.
the private leagues. Hobbies better pay up. I just want to mirror something for my MTX, but I didn't make enough money in the league to do that. Well, I did. I didn't end with enough money in the league to do that.
I was once off my tits for 3 days after taking bad leaf drops.
Well, just like this place.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Yo.
1 year pog. Hope you're having a great day.
Brandy XP, thank you very much for the 12-month resub. I am having a great day. Have you seen the new Last Epoch stuff? No. I have no time for Last Epoch in my life right now. This is PoE's time. Other AR, you know how I call other ARPGs my side bitch when I'm playing them?
I need more.
But right now it's family time. Right now it's family time.
Need something?
I'm playing Caves with Con, ignoring everything until the day before Leaguestart when I panic. Yep. One time I was streaming the Rune Master patch for Last Epoch, which just happened to be on the same day as Torchlight Infinite patch, and some guy came into my stream angry that I wasn't playing Last Epoch. Okay. Alright, buddy. Fucking entitled much? Other way around? Ah, still same thing. I hate spamming questions. It makes me feel like but chat blows up and you miss a question. Yeah, spam it again. If I miss a question, just ask it again. Then keep asking it until I answer. What is the Doomblast Spellblade build that I see here? Doomblast Spellblade build? I don't fucking know. Want the link? Not really.
You've displayed. Goodbye.
It's not a build I've ever looked into before. It'd take me too long to even understand what's going on.
You are the...
You're right.
Good luck to you.
Okay. 35, I guess. Any thoughts on SRS and Sanctum viability? Yeah, absolutely one of the best. Absolutely one of the best. Everybody, especially in the private league at least, everyone who's planning to start Poison SRS should be aware that by the time you're in mid to late red maps, it'll start to be a little bit of a struggle. Not that you can't do it, it just won't be a breeze anymore until we get swords for you all to go poison.
Just need a moment to.
Then everything will be a breeze forever. But just know that like mid to late red maps starts to be a little sluggish. You can still do it all. It's just not like super smooth, good shit, right? Hang on, I'm just seeing. There it is. Okay. Contract's still not there. I just remembered that I hadn't actually signed the contract yet because it's not in my inbox yet. But I forgot to check yesterday. And if I don't check immediately when I remember shit like that, who knows when the next time I remember is. Who knows? That could be fucking a week from now. But I remembered, I checked, it's still not there. Gotta check that shit every day. I want to sign my thing. I'm telling you every day from now until you sign it. Honestly, I appreciate it. Thanks. What's the Korean word for email? I actually don't know. That's not been in any of my app. I also haven't done my app in like 3 or 4 days as well. The current enchants disappear when they hit standard. I don't remember what they said they were going to do with that. Rip your streak? Yeah, my streak disappeared. What's your fastest time for the campaign? Solo? I did 5.5 hours once, but I'm usually closer to 6. Obviously not on builds like this, and not when I'm like mostly just chatting, and this is just chatting stream today. Like we're all just like here in the waiting room basically. What did I not do? I don't think I've ever not been able to open this door. I obviously forgot a thing. Did I really never go to Linares? Did I get halfway to Linares and then not even do it? What the fuck? Why did I leave? What?
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Why did I leave? Did you just not pick up the key? I don't know. No, because I stopped just there. Look, I run out of map. I go up the second staircase and then I run out of map. What did I do? Why would I stop there? In what world do you run halfway to Piety and then just go, close enough? And then move on? What the fuck? What happened? They also 420 blazing it? No, I would never do that on stream. How close were you to the mirror MTX? I have no idea. I had like 180 divines, so not close. Is it against TOS? I think so. But even if it wasn't, it's against the law here still. Because we're like a fucking decade behind reasonable society.
It's been a grand experiment, Shadow. Time we saw the results. Damn you!
I try not to take my work personally.
Build ideas, people. Ah! That's my best build idea. Run with it. What does that mean? Falling zombies. Otherwise known as It's Raining Men. Hallelujah, it's raining men. Oh.
See you.
That's the other option. That's the other thing you can call it.
Party's off the...
I guess you could also go let the bodies hit the floor. That wouldn't be the worst use of it.
Don't do anything I would.
It's nice that your in-game sounds are not very high. Some streamers have game sounds so high. It's very annoying to watch them play the time at the same time. Wait till the actual league start when I also have different sounds for all of my loot drops. Right now I'm using the base filters, the exact same ones you guys get, but that's just because I'm still making sure everything's fine with everything before I change them, but I use completely different loot sounds as well. How's the build feeling? I mean, great. Like every other time?
Piety. Unfortunately.
Speaking of Tata, some controversial takes his list. Order depends a lot on preference. Alright, let's have a look at Tata's tier list.
Catch my breath. Whoever built this was desperately
Number
compensating
1,
for
Detonate
something.
Dead. 2, Bone Shatter, Slayer greater than Jug. Number 3, Lightning Arrow, Deadeye. Number 3, DD Elementalist over Lightning Arrow. I don't know about that. Absolution / SRS, Guardian best in slot, my ass. Fire Trap Ignite. Poison Pathfinder, even with blue gear. I agree with that. He was really down on Lightning Arrow. I think Lightning Arrow is stronger than it was last time. We lost Rage, but it's good. Artillery Ballistas is pretty good. Ignite, Wave of Conviction, Endemore or EA. I'm good with that. Caustic, Toxic Rain or Death's Oath, good with that. Corrupting Fever Champ, I still feel like it's... I just feel like Corrupting Fever is still too weak. It's really good clear, but it just feels too weak. Lightning Arrow got extra chain instead of shock. No, extra targets hit per like instance. Shockwave Slayer, I don't know about that. Cyclone Shockwave Slayer seems questionable. Armor Brand, Manual Recall or Spell Slinger, that actually still seems good. Venom Gyre, I think might be pretty good. Penance Brand or Devour Ignite, I'm pretty good. Pyroclast into Hexblast Mines, that's my go-to. That should be up here. Somewhere in this top 5. IMO. Bleed Bow with Snipe. I don't think that belongs on the list. Not recommended with 0 currency. Righteous Fire, Impending Doom or Spark. I agree with that. Dead. Diablo 4 and Cold Dot. Dead. Diablo 4 and Cold Dot. That's actually pretty good. I like it.
Get your magic flame characters ready.
Absolution Guardian. Absolution and Dominating Blow Guardian, absolutely best in slot. Black Sheep 1, thank you for the 13-month resub.
Just need a moment to.
Okay, scaling was an alt quality. Yeah. That's why I don't think it belongs in that list anymore. Content with Dominating Blow being good again. Dominating's Blow's AoE is like a really good skill. It's actually what you want. When you play Dominating Blow, we stacked a bunch of, or as much CDR as we could reasonably do. And the quality got changed into 40% CDR for their slam, which I think is quite a lot and should make Dominating Blow quite good again. Just its melee's a hard pass. True. Also, Herald of Purity also got CDR. So the problem with that is Herald of Purity's cooldown attack, while very good for clear, is actually worse single target than when it doesn't do it. So there's going to be like a decision to whether you even want to have quality on the gem or not, because you're going to lose single target to gain clear with Absolution. Or no wait, hang on, that's Absolution. Herald of Purity. Herald of Purity is the other half of Dominating Blow. It's good with CDR as well. Right, yes, it is also good with CDR. It's Absolutions that's the questionable one. I already didn't think Cox Cyclone had enough area to feel comfortable. Having it nerfed makes it unplayable for me.
I've dealt with far darker shadows than you, Exile.
I already thought it didn't have enough.
Heretic!
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Have you ever seen the true face of God?
Baylor is a size queen for a Gothy god. Yeah. Which is quite ironic considering I've got quite a small... Wait, hang on. What? Sorry.
The touch of God!
This world is an illusion, Exile.
funny, Your Grace. I always thought you'd be taller.
All this water and not a single working boat
It's
in
still complete
sight.
activities.
More walking and killing for me.
Ben, this would be an OnlyFans link. Is it at least good? Man, I might try to do a path building for a low life. Or power class league starter for mech completion. Power class is pretty good. Is Twitch even the right audience to be trying to throw around your OnlyFans links? Nah, it probably is actually, never mind. Yeah, and I thought about it for a second and I was like, actually, yeah, no, never mind. It actually it probably is.
We Marika. I'm watching you.
I don't know about those. I don't know about those percentages. Morning. What star looks OP as fuck on paper? Penance brand and Divine Ire are standing out really hard right now, actually.
Just need a moment to.
Divine Ire Ignite and Penance brand either hit or cold convert or ignite. I don't think it's that hard to get. Three mediums? Wait, why do you need 3 mediums? What am I missing about that medium? How does Ascendant work with charms? The same as everything else. They're not class specific. Penance brand has 20 stages. 10, right? Isn't that part of the change? Penance is still 20?
I just killed an
Okay.
emperor. With a feather that size, I'm going to have to get a bigger cap.
Yeah, it's just that it looks incredibly quick to proc, especially if we do it with Swift brand support. Like its proc rate looks significantly better.
What do you want?
The 2-second base proc. Right, that's with one brand on. So with 2 it's 1 second, and then with cast speed it all goes down from there. Cast speed, activation frequency, Swift brand support, etc. It should end up pretty good.
I am Tuss. I understand. You shall be rewarded.
Ooh, look at that.
I think just ignite is going to be the same way to clear from it. Yeah.
Swallowed by the
Just hoping the old quality Penance brand has no support, and then you can dupe with poison. And poison is probably a Tincture. It is, but they only apply to attacks. We can't use those for spells. The tinctures apply to weapons specifically. So our understanding is you literally have to be... It literally has to be weapon attacks is what we're like 95% sure of right now. There's a chance that I'm wrong about that. There's always a chance until it actually gets tested in game or we get like official word. But I'm pretty sure. It does, however, make my second build a Pathfinder, which it was always going to be anyway. Right? Because I'm who I am as a person. My second build was always going to end up being a Pathfinder anyway. But now it's going to be an attack Pathfinder using one of those all damage can poison things. I don't know what the attack is going to be. It's going to be tornado shot. That's what it's going to be.
Someone or something is keeping very busy in the bowels of this mountain.
poison artillery ballista was pretty good in Crucible League. Yes, but the poison artillery ballista was the option everybody took for poison because the only way to get all damage and poison was on a weapon tree specifically for artillery ballistas, which is why we used artillery ballistas. This is a tincture or whatever it is that applies to all weapon attacks, so you're not limited to artillery ballistas. You can do anything. Any normal Trinity Tri-Ellie build that you would normally see can all do it. Though I was pretty tempted by poison artillery ballistas as a Pathfinder as my Leaguestart build. Not gonna lie.
I do hope these constipated bowels don't find their release while I'm still inside them. Just need a moment to catch my breath.
I'm just gonna save it in. I don't think you would ever Mage Blood Pathfinder though. Like Pathfinder's big thing is that it doesn't need a Mage Blood to sustain. What the fudge? Coolon's considering doing a private league this go around.
You shall
One of us. One of us. One of us. Sign up. Ooh, Jesus, the yawning. Get over it. All right, I'm going to make coffee. I'm going to make coffee real quick. Are you part of multiple guilds? No, but you absolutely do not need to join our guild to join the private league. You can join the private league without being in the guild and everything is still available to you. And if shit is in the guild bank, anybody is allowed to take it out and hand it to you. If I could give a league-wide stash tab, I would, but that doesn't, that option isn't there. I can only do guild-wide, but there's also a global chat for everyone to join, so it doesn't matter if you're not in the guild. Right, I'll be back in just a second. It's coffee time.
Get your magic find characters ready. Get your magic find characters ready.
Hi Chair. Thank you for the 38 month of entertainment, UDA best. Kappa.
Hello. Peak PoE gameplay right here. I mean, I was making a coffee. When do we see the transfiguration gems? We will start seeing them in hopefully relatively large batches as of Monday, I believe. Don't quote me on that, but we're expecting the first batch of them on Monday.
Walk the gate. Act with care.
Quoted plug processing now. Okay.
What is it, exile?
Lupus. Hi, Chair. Thanks for the 38 months of content. Okay. Lupus. I think it was it 38 months resub. You're right, I didn't notice.
May
Get rid of all that. Wait, still didn't notice? There was a different one? There's a different thing? What's the other thing? Wait. I had to scroll up in chat to see that. And it's not on my list of activity feed. What the fuck? Castmaster, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That's literally not on my activity feed. What the fuck? Okay, Orbit Utmost. Hello. Bad news. Twitch chat can't see you. You can see Twitch chat. Why do people keep asking me if SRS or Poison SRS is dead because it lost a lot of damage? Because they are misreading and misunderstanding the admittedly very, very confusing patch note that didn't need to be there. Essentially, all that happened is they moved the 38% more minion damage to an implicit that would only affect attacks that's just baked into the gem. So, as long as your minion was doing its damage via an attack, so all the elementals and the poison version, it's basically unchanged. But if Popcorn SRS lost 38% more damage, but your other SRS builds are actually fine, but it's a very confusing patch note to read. The wording on it is horrendous, and it makes it seem like a nerf, so a lot of people think it is a nerf, but it isn't. It's fine. I made a video telling everyone it was fine, but not everyone has seen it.
That was fun.
Videos are long. I mean, to be fair, you get the entire information you need out of the video from literally the thumbnail and the title. You don't even need to watch it. People are still confused. I can only do so much. I can only tell people if you're here or you see the content. I can't force a message into everybody's phone. So you can? No, only the people that have the notifications turned on.
People of the gutters, steal your bellies for the slaughter.
Yeah, amazing best I've seen so far. It's actually not even set up properly yet either. It'll get better by the time the Leaguestart happens. It'll be significantly better. It's sort of set up right now for a Leaguestart situation, module wise, because it's fresh set up. But it isn't Leaguestart, so if you're using like the strict filter right now in the league, it's showing way too much because it's sort of set for a Leaguestart.
Welcome to the grand arena of Theopolis. It is here that I first laid eyes upon my true purpose, my Lady Merfair. It is our inspiration that defines us. Die a death worthy of applause, gladiator.
This is more important than I don't know about that. Oh yeah, on top of getting distracted, I've got 2 reasons for being late to stream today. One of them is I just got distracted talking to my parents when I went to make coffee and lost like another 40 minutes of time. But before that, I should have been home like half an hour, 40 minutes earlier than that. But I showed up at a kebab place to get lunch. I was going to get this kebab, and this lady's working there, and she was alone, and she had to bring, for some reason, she had to bring a kid into work. And so there was this like little kid. I don't know how old. I have no idea how old kids are. This little boy was like, I don't know, I'm going to guess like 6 or something. And he had a very well worked ball of dough, like that you would like make pizza with, that he was like playing with. She'd given it to him and told him to go like play over there and throw it and whatnot. And he threw it at me. And then he seemed really shy about it. And so I picked it up and I threw it back. And then he loved it. And then I might have just played throw a ball of dough with a 6-year-old for like 30 minutes before I even ordered my food. I didn't even order my food. I was just throwing this ball of dough forward and backwards.
A king of swords is nothing if he cannot defend his crown. Is this a joke to you?
At one point, about 15 minutes in, he turned it into a ring. And then he threw it to me like off one finger. Like he put a hole, he turned it into like a dough ring. And then he like tried to like throw it at me with a finger. And I was like, okay, I guess this is what we're doing now. So I kept like fixing the ring and like trying to throw it in the air at him. Whatever.
You murder love.
Oh, can you sing one for me too, Mervale? Something upbeat, please.
Did you ask if you remember single? Nah, he was way too shy. He barely even spoke.
But wait a
He barely even spoke, but he was very much enjoying the game of throw a ball of dough at each other. And so I just kept doing
Be
it.
careful. What do you need now? Go where you are needed.
He's a random guy who's been playing with my kid for 30 minutes. I'm not going to lie. The whole time I was doing it, I was like, I really hope she doesn't get upset with me. Like, I kept looking over at the what I assume was his mum working there and being like, I hope she's okay with this. Like, we're in front of her, we're in the shop, but out in the customer area. Like, I hope I don't get in trouble or she doesn't like get upset with me or anything. It was on my mind the whole time. The whole time. He wanted to go outside the shop at one point where there's like way more area and it's safe to play out there for sure, but I was just like, I'm not leaving the side of your mother. Sorry. I'm just like, no, we're gonna be in here, thanks. Just like, that's not, nope, we'll be in here, sorry. I know there's like more room out there and you could run and it would be better, but no. We'll be right here in front of who I assume is your mum.
Be hunted, exile! You have been captured, beast. You will be a survivor, or you will be food. You have been captured, beast. You will be a survivor, or you will be food.
Maybe it was just a random kid and the woman assumed you were his father and then you just left your kid after getting food. That was not the case. Oh, that was not the case. She was I mean, I assumed that she was his parent because she was Indian and so was he. So that made sense to me.
I will take it.
She was also like the only adult there and he was in the back. And like those two things together make it pretty easy connection. I've never considered lab running in any league and this one is no exception. Yeah, I'll just not be playing with an alt quality gem if I have to do my own lab running. I just won't. And whatever the default quality is, that's what I'll run with. If somebody else runs lab and gets an alt quality gem I want, great, I'll use it, but I'm not doing it. The answer is 0. Void, it is unchanged. It's fine. There's no nerf at all. It did scale gem levels, just not incredibly well, and it'll scale exactly the same way as it did before. The gem lost an inherent 30%, 9% more, unless I'm stupid. You're not stupid, you just didn't read it properly. But you making the same mistake almost everyone else seems to have, which is not reading the rest of it. So not a surprise, and not a surprise that a lot of people think it's nerfed, but it isn't nerfed at all. Basically, the only thing that got nerfed with that change was Popcorn SRS. Every other version should be fine.
I will found a new way, for I have been chosen. I gather my forces so that I might wage war on Kitawa. I am the son of Tukohama, and I will lead the Karui back to glory.
I was thinking of starting Ball Lightning Totem build with a Soul Mantle. I think it's reasonable to start a Totem build, and you can set yourself up to experiment with Ball Lightning to see if it's worth it. But I would have some backup plans, because there's a chance it's not. 70% modifier is now added to as inherent damage rather than being added as flat increased. What's happening is what was written in the patch note. Instead of having 38% more generic minion damage, 38% more attack damage will be baked into the Raging Spirit itself. So anything relying on attacks to deal its damage, this includes poison, will be fine. But anything that wasn't relying on attacks will get nerfed. For instance, Popcorn SRS. Popcorn SRS, the explosion, that used to inherit the 39% more damage on the Pop Explode. It will not do that anymore because it's only affecting melee attacks. But anything elemental or poison, that same damage conversion just appears baked into the gem anyway. So it shouldn't make any difference. I suspect when we find out what the alt gem is, that it'll make more sense why they did that, because without the alt gem it seems like a really fucking weird and pointless change to make that has only confused people and made the gem less clear about what it does. It's a very weird thing to do. I'm assuming the alt quality does something different that makes sense that it had to be written that way. I don't know. Maybe the alt quality has fire converted to chaos. That would be an insane buff, by the way. Because the nerf SRS did get is quite a small nerf, but it's still somewhat meaningful. Its quality used to be movement speed. And that's like our #1 stat that we want the most of that we can possibly get. Movement speed is insane, and we want a lot of it. We lost 20% from the quality. And the quality changed to something that is literally irrelevant. Doesn't matter at all. Doesn't change anything, does nothing. The quality on the new SRS is irrelevant. You could have a level 21 0% and not ever care to change it. Which is good news considering next league's GCP market. Feeding Frenzy gained minion movement speed? Yeah, but we're never going to use it. Minions will be good for Ultimatum, mostly survival wise. I think damage should be fine. Your temporary minions that you replace, things like SRS, will be fine. Your specters, zombies, things like that, those will just die. They'll just die in Ultimatum.
Just need a moment.
I'm a bit worried about Bob in Ultimatum as well, to be honest. If I was going to calculate SRS changes in path of building, this would work, right? Minions deal 30 aim, resistance damage. No, that wouldn't work. 38% less is not the same as missing 38% more. The only way to do it would be to edit the SRS gem to take out the less multiplier so that it doesn't apply, and then put the calculation in for 38% more on attacks. 38 minions deal 38% more attack damage or something like that. Better for Ultimatum, SRS or Hexblast? Impossible to know right now. Impossible to know. You can just edit the SRS gem. Like, that's the easiest way. Is that not just the easiest way? Don't you just do that? Alright, here's a better solution, Shads. You don't actually need to simulate the damage. The damage didn't change so long as the theory is correct. And we can test if the theory is correct very easily. Open any poison SRS build that isn't already poison capped and just add the line minions deal any % more attack damage. And if that affects the poison DPS, then the theory works and everything is the same. We don't need to calculate it because it's the same. Yeah, racism applies a 25% explosion maximum stages. Yep. So it doesn't tell you whether it's that red flame doesn't necessarily mean it's exposed. It just means that it is weak to fire, which is going to come from curses and expose and everything. It just means that it's like total fire res has entered the negatives. however that happened. Guardian or Necro for what? Assume it doesn't attack with another fire exposures. So you can only have a total of 1 exposure at all on any mob. So whatever's the like every exposure replaces the previous one.
Just need a moment to catch my breath. It's always comforting to witness an honest, permanent death.
Billy, what do you think about champion SRS? I don't think it's an SRS build at all.
I felt it.
It's a champion aura stacker that uses SRS as its attack, but it doesn't fit in the same category as the other SRS builds. We've got other builds that like mostly automate things, giving you like a smooth gameplay experience where you just sort of charge, drop an SRS, charge, drop an SRS, charge, drop an SRS, and you just clear through everything. You don't have to go near bosses, you don't have to go near things, you don't have to like be in certain areas, you don't have to worry about uptimes of most of your shit. With the champion version, it becomes a lot more actions and a lot more management. You've got the boots on to give you buffed auras that you have to like make sure you manage and keep on properly. You've got a smite. You've got to be in melee range to hit them with that fucking stupid slow mace thing. All of that stuff. It's good. The champion lightning SRS is good, but it doesn't fit into the category with other SRS builds. It's a completely different thing.
Still breathing, eh?
%, less damage and 38% more with attack equals no change. Yep. What are the best defensive layers for Ultimatum? Killing everything quicker. It's probably not the answer you wanted, but it is the answer.
What is it? See you.
Six portal defense does not work for Ultimatum. Skeletons. Yeah, I actually don't know how that got confused, but the tinctures only apply to weapons. I've answered that question like 40 times today, I swear. That's a big one that a lot of people are getting confused with that one. Yeah, I need an all damage can poison tincture. Need that. Gotta get it. Need it. I need that for my build. No poison spark? We don't know what the ult quality is yet, so we don't really know.
You stand before the gates of the Lord's labyrinth.
Right. You're right. That has been asked a few times about people, even people who knew it had to be weapons were like, but what if it's an attack that isn't a weapon? I'm like, no, it has to be the weapon. The one question I have, the only question I have about that one is, Blade Trap counts as a weapon hit, right? Like, I'm pretty sure Blade Trap counts as a weapon hit. Stuff like Dancing Devilish. It will apply when you've got the Dancing Devilish on and you use it to hit things. And once Dancing Devilish becomes a minion, it will not apply to the minion. While technically the minion is like the sword come to life or whatever, it's not actually really technically the same object. It desummons your weapon temporarily and summons a minion in its place that is based off the stats of that weapon. It isn't actually the same thing.
Close to the end of the path.
What's the correct way to say that thing? Dervish? Dancing Dervish? Is that right? Fucking picky people. It's fine.
When one defiles
Devilish, close enough.
one defiles the Emperor. Give of yourself.
You dead, bud? You dead. Face.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
By the goddess, what ambition! Those who stand should never outnumber those who kneel.
Is Aussie their alphabet is upside down? No, I just can't read. Nerf yordles. Hey, I'm behind that. I'm behind that. Actually, nerf yordles. Been a long time since you've played League, though. They still need a nerf. Don't worry, nothing's changed. Teemo still blinds you for 18 years. The only thing I don't like when I'm playing Teemo is the global taunt that Teemo has. That's makes it a bit rough. It's not baked into the character or anything. It's just fucking everybody hates Teemo. And so you're just the main target all the time. Like, just all the time, everyone's like, fucking kill Teemo.
Strikes without hesitation. To entertain doubt is to dance with death. An emperor is only as efficient as those he commands. You are inexhaustible. My 3 lieutenants remain. Misery loves company.
Good old Timo taunt passive. Yep, it's still there. Is Baylor practicing to be a lab runner? Yo, the amount that you would have to pay me to be a lab runner is insanely high. I wouldn't be the lab runner for less than 200 a day. And GCPs? No, 200 USD.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Would that count as RMT? You were super event champ. Can you elaborate on Guardian SRS? A lot of people are touting that as best in slot, but I don't peek into it early. Thank you very much. Okay, so Guardian is not best in slot, and I don't know where that came from. Guardian is much better than Necromancer right up until you can go Poison, and then Poison is far better. However, this league, the Replica Covenant exists with the level 29 added cold, and that might put Guardian at best probably next to Poison SRS as just as good, probably. Until I see an actual like path of building that's reasonable with that, I'm not gonna like claim it as true, but there's a good chance it could be pretty good with that replica. The biggest problem is we don't know how rare that replica is. It could be as rare as Warpaths, making it a 50 divine item. Like I don't know. It could be super common. Maybe everyone can get one. Maybe it's so common that it's only worth 20 chaos. Maybe it's so rare that it's worth 50 divines. I don't know, and neither does anyone else.
Claim your inheritance.
So
you are free.
Seems like a risky bet, to be honest. And there is built-in melee damage increase. No. Unchanged. No. Yeah, this is the most common thing. Unchanged. The added stuff is still just as valuable to SRS as before. That is there's a more attack multiplier baked into the gem. It ends up being exactly the same. Unchanged. It changes different things like popcorn SRS and whatnot, but everything, it'll be fine. When you got coffee and talk to your parents, what did you chat about? My sister, actually. I won't get into details because it isn't my story, but there's some drama shit going on. It's going to be taking quite a bit of my time this week, which is really some unfortunate fucking timing, to be honest.
In for the poison SRS. Made my first level 100 self-bought mage blood and a mirror drop for this league. Nice. Nothing changed back. Instead, now getting this scaling with levels. Yes, so exactly like it was before, unless no, not only to their own damage. Not only to their own damage. This will also affect any added damage as well.
Need some help?
Why though? What do you mean by why though? What do you mean? Usually all other added damage sources gain increase based on damage effectiveness percentage.
See you.
Yes. Yes. The same thing is happening kind of with the minion. I'm going to be honest. The way they wrote that patch note, I'm not angry at anybody for misunderstanding it. It is the most confusing patch note I've ever read. I understand why everybody is like, oh, SRS is dead, there's problems, it's nerfed. It's absolutely not. But I understand why people think it is. I understand why it's a common problem. This is probably the most confusing change in the entire patch note. I have no idea why it was worded so fucking poorly. It was a horrendous wording, and it has made the gem more confusing, far less clear, and far less obvious. I have no idea why they did that. No idea at all. Can't tell you why that's happening. All I can tell you is it's fine. Relax. Just play the build. You won't even notice the change. There's practically no change. Trust me, bro. Well, the interesting thing is, as I say this, there's like 20 content creators telling everybody it's dead, and they're all reading it wrong, and I have to like combat that misinformation, or I'm the one that's wrong and everyone else is right. Who knows? Who's to know? I saw somewhere that you asked GGG employee. The response I got was not an official response that I was allowed to quote.
A man walks into a pet store and asks for a dozen bees. The clerk carefully counts 13 bees out onto the counter. That's one too many, says the customer. The clerk replies, it's a freebie.
It's a freebie. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's a freebie. Calamity.
Thank you for the minis. It's actually really good. I like that one. I like that one a lot.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Be the lab runner, but what skill? I will not be the lab runner. Right now I'm planning on starting Hexblast mines. But that could change at any moment. That could change at any moment. The story stuff is throwing me off. Honestly, I'm really confused on why the throw speed got nerfed. We've got like 10 pages worth of getting rid of all these generic 10% damage increase qualities and replacing them with like things that are relevant for the build or things that are interesting or things that matter. And then on the mine side of things, they've got just like 4 different patch notes for mines that say we removed mine throwing speed and put 10% increased damage on it as the quality. I'm just like, what the fuck? What the fuck? That's the opposite of the entire rest of the patch notes. Like, what is happening? Why?
I'm working with piety. That sounds even stranger when I say it out loud.
It wasn't a stat we needed to care about at all, but it was. You still wanted mine throwing speed on every jewel. You still wanted mine throwing speed on your weapon. You still wanted mine throwing speed on your amulet. You still wanted it everywhere. You still wanted it everywhere you could use it. And even if that is the case, let's say that is the case and there was too much mine throwing speed practically for free and that it needed to be less. Replace it with something interesting like you did with the rest of the nodes. Why is it just 10% increased damage?
For someone so obsessed with looks,
like that's the quality you got rid of on every other gem because it was boring. Right? Like that's the quality. We got fucking 12 pages of we removed 10% damage and put this interesting thing in. And then 4 notes of we removed this useful stat and gave you 10% damage. Like, what the fuck?
Yes.
Oops.
Oh, do stop mumbling.
I have a feeling your throw speed will be on trans gems. Nope, because it was removed from all the support gems. That's where the important thing is. Hexblast isn't even a mine. It's a skill we're turning into a mine. It was removed from all the support gems and they don't even have alt qualities anymore. We just lost it for seemingly no reason. Adding Hexblast mines? Think so, yeah.
I don't know much about art, but I know what I like.
Maybe a transfigured detonate mine gem? Maybe. Maybe.
Before we walk the
Light radius increase the time and lead mechanic radius. No. No, that circle was not based on light radius. It was based on the wisps that were around you at the time. They say we can dive into the darkness at all. I mean, there's no way to dive into the darkness because it's not like the cart is controlling the light radius. It's the wisps around you. So if you try and dive into the darkness, it won't be dark there anymore because the wisps are around you. And when you run out of wisps, the thing is over and you exited to the back to the map again. What additional passive new ascendancies and empty slots will be suitable for the SRS poison build? A lot of things. The best one's gonna obviously be the one that gives you little bits of other ascendancies, especially if you can get the occultist explode on it. But that's like a min-max thing. We assume that those are going to be relatively hard to get the right ones or relatively expensive. Prolift doesn't work for poisons applied by minions, only you, so that one's useless. Like 3 flasks per second is also a really good one, but I don't believe that's the interesting bit because that's like the min-max bit that everybody's gonna want. Why pick Mistress of Sacrifice first in the SRS guide? We don't get any offerings in the act. You get Flesh Offering at level 12. It speeds you up quite a bit. However, those are personal preferences. You can take those first 3 ascendancies in whatever order you prefer. The one that's last is Bone Armor, and that's pretty set. You can take the other 3 in whatever order you want.
That's what
Is unless if a monster dies from a poison, it counts as you killing it, not as a minion. True, but it doesn't pro-lift the poison. Even though it is attributing the kill to you, it doesn't pro-lift the poison. I don't know why that is a distinction that happens, but it is a distinction that happens. All right, let's have a look at them real quick, actually. Here we read it. They'll have the things. Hidden ascendancies. Yeah, these ones. The ones that are out the edge here in Path of Building. Searing Purity. 45% of chaos damage taken as fire. 45% of chaos damage taken as lightning. Or this one. 25% recoup. 25% of damage taken recouped as life, mana, and energy shield. Right, like those ones. Those are the hidden ascendancies. Where do you get those? Uber Exarch and Uber Eater. Could drop them as forbidden jewels. It's the only way to get them. All right, let's look at the mega thread on Reddit. Show me the 2 things. Ascendancies? Can I see them? Okay, that's not enough. I need the breakdown. I've continued to become this. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so this one's no good for some poison SRS. This is not the one we take for poison SRS. I'm gonna be honest, this one doesn't look great for poison SRS either. It looks okay. These things are on the official website where you can like mouse over them, right? On... Is it here? Yes. So it's almost certainly not this one. No, it's really not. So this one might be useful. Do we know what Ravenous does? Spells you cast, gain, added fizz. Nope, that's useless to us. We can't take that. We definitely don't want that. Another corpse finding one, right. Cause all targets. They're probably not that one. I mean, this one's interesting, but I don't see myself using it. Causing them to spawn multiple phantasms when hit. The phantasms will be allies of the marked enemy with the same monster level. They will cast a projectile spell that deals physical damage and are immune to curses. So this one might be interesting just because it would let us pop explode them around mobs, which could be very, very cool. Causing them to take physical damage over time at an accelerated rate. Each one causes you to regenerate life at a rate based on the current damage of the affliction. Explode if their life is lowered for... So this one's a little interesting. It depends entirely on how much damage these explodes do. Because there might just be a button where you go, hey, my 20 SRS that are around that target, blow up. That might be interesting. However, don't accidentally target Bob. Don't accidentally target Bob. We could fucking kill Bob. I mean... afflicts any of your damageable minions in a target area, causing them to take physical damage over time at an accelerating rate. Each such minion causes you to regenerate life based on the current damage the affliction debuff is doing. Afflicted minions explode if their life is lowered to 1/5 of maximum. So don't target Bob with that. I would probably be going for the Mark one. You get a bunch of extra flask charges and you get to pop explode them because we already have explode in the build anyway. This one's the winner by a long shot. But I don't know how we use this well on Leaguestart. Because I don't know how rare charms that are worth having are going to be. Like, if we start doing this and people start just like mass linking good charms, there are just good charms everywhere as SRS, we will just spec into this immediately. Because by far there are a whole bunch of better things than either of the other Ascendancy gives for SRS. By a long shot, there's so many better things. But we have to have charms to be able to use them. We don't really care about the Warcry node. This node's cool. We take it first. 20 extra inventory slots and 5% character size make us look beefy. That's really cool. But yeah, if you even get some like moderately useful charms, I think this one wins. This is what we would take with SRS, but it's entirely dependent on how many charms we get and if we can get them at all early, if any of the good ones exist at all, how much they cost, right? Like, I don't know any of the answers to those questions. All I know is we want to be this Ascendancy as opposed to an SRS. Actually, as any SRS build. As any SRS build, we want to be this one. But we have to get charms, otherwise this Ascendancy is almost nothing. As any build? I don't think that's true. I think a lot of attack builds are going to be in love with this one. A lot of attack builds are going to be in love with this one. Being able to put tinctures on your weapons, those are insane. Those will be insanely strong. I'm just going to go ahead and say that the quests do stay completed, but they're also character specific. So your one character could do all these quests, change and decide you want to run this one for a while, do all these quests to unlock it, and then realize this wasn't as good and just change back and have it finished already. You wouldn't have to redo these again. But if you make a new character, you'll have to do all the quests again. That's what I'm going to say is how it works. Which game are we looking at now? I mean, this is Path of Exile. These are the 3 new Ascendancies in Path of Exile. Pushing Gladiator down to the 19th best Ascendancy. Poor Glad. Path of Exile 2? No, this is this coming league right now. One of these Ascendancies you get to pick on top of your current Ascendancy, not instead of. The league that's about to start in like a week. Less than a week. You get your normal Ascendancy plus one of these 3. Now. What am I gonna... What am I going to pick as Hexblast? I'm going to lie, I'm a little bit underwhelmed by this one. Like Warlock entirely compared to the other 2.
this one seems really, really cool for any weapon attack builds. Like really, really good and interesting. This is very cool. Unlocks some new shit. That's great. And then I'm really, really interested in this one. This is going to be amazing. Really good for min-maxing things. Really good for minions as well, especially, but also like everything can be min-maxed in here. This is really interesting. And then this one's just like there are some things that would be cool. Like there's going to be some like life stacking people and whatnot. There's some like cool, really niche stuff in here, but it isn't like generically strong for all spells. Like this one's generically strong for most attack builds. That one's really good. And this one's just, I don't know. It's just a bit, it's just a bit meh. I would like to know what Dark Effigy is. Do we not know what Dark Effigy is at all? Is that... We do not. Okay. I have a feeling I'm just going to pick this one as Hexblast immediately. I'm just going to take my inventory slots and hope. I'm just going to take my inventory slots and just hope to get charms. I can probably answer that after I get permission tomorrow. Okay, I'm going to put my official guess on what Dark Effigy is. Alright? This is what Dark Effigy is. This is a guess. I'm making this shit up. Dark Effigy is a pseudo totem that you place down that pulls the soul of the mob that's near it or something to that effect. Like you place it next to a boss and it like pulls a copy of it, almost like an Alawi where it like whoop, and you can also damage that, and a portion of the damage you do to that will apply to the main mob. That's what I think Dark Effigy is. That's my official guess on what Dark Effigy is. And if that works, if that's what I think it is, then it'll be really cool. You get 8 points or all. I think 8. But the 8 will be actually pretty hard. You won't be getting 8 right away. It'll be really easy to get 4 and reasonable to get 6 pretty quickly. And then 8 should be quite a bit harder. Although quite a bit harder by their standards might still mean I get it on like day 2. I don't know. Skin. Like on that? Yeah, I know about Dojo's skin. That's your guess? Yep. What do you think of the EK change? I don't really think about the EK change, to be honest. Someone I was looking for, this might work with Huh. Huh. Sephiroth. Interesting.
Very interesting. Summon skeleton warriors and soldiers wield this weapon while it's in your main hand. Huh. Iron Mass Tincture. Now that's fucking interesting. They also get Unholy Might. Huh. So the tincture's on the weapon, and so the skeletons have the tincture. That's the thought. That's the thought. We absolutely do not know if this works or not. Theory crafting out our asses here. Yeah. But if you think of it in terms of Poison SRS converting over to this, you're still going to wear a Covenant. You put the skeletons in instead. The tree remains almost identical. You lose Envy because that comes from the weapon. But these things are pure fizz without conversion, so you gain a bunch of base damage that can poison. It has 25% chance to wither for 2 seconds, which is more than enough. You also could dual wield weapons, but then you give up a shield. But it has Unholy Might when they're straight fizz anyway. They get attack speed. Summon skeleton warriors and soldiers wield this weapon while in your main hand. Summon skeleton warriors and soldiers deal triple damage with hits with this weapon if you've hit with this weapon recently. So we need to also be attacking if we do that. Recently is 4 seconds, so... Honestly, I'll use Lightning Strike as a curse on hit. You know how we were using Arcanist brand? Many have tested this and it's not really a thing. Well, no one's tested it because we're talking about using one of these, except the one that says all your damage can poison. You don't even need all your damage can poison, actually. You don't even need all your damage can poison because they can already fucking poison. And they're already fizz and chaos. What could you use though? I mean, the idea is tinctures. The idea is tinctures applying to the weapon and then giving that weapon to the minions might make it actually good. Okay. Like this might make Iron Mass good if it works. Wonder if it works that way, but like you think, yeah, I don't know if it works at all. I don't know if it works at all. But if it does work, tinctures might make this into a real weapon that we actually want to use. So I would say that if one of these things work, the other thing works. So there's also a chance that your Blink Arrow Mirror Arrow clones, which use a copy of your weapon, might also get the tinctures. I would say if one of those work, the other one works. But without testing it or getting an official word, I don't know how to tell you whether it will work or not. But if one of them works, they'll both work. And if that works, that'll be very interesting. That'll put in some new minion builds that exist. Do you see any way tinctures go core or any of the trees? No. I hate to say that because I'm seriously excited for this league. And I love the idea of these extra ascendancy trees. Absolutely love them. I'm already super in love with this. This is amazing. I see 0% chance that any of these trees go core. I can see a pretty good argument for the main league mechanic to go core in some way. It's pretty cool. But I don't see a way where they involve the trees. If anything, I would say the trees are part of a larger experiment that we don't see the rest of. Probably something to do with PoE 2. Who knows? But I don't see any way where they go core. I want them to. I very much want them to, especially this one. I think it'd be really cool. I really enjoy min-maxing shit. I could see myself in a trade league 2 leagues away from now buying 200 divine charms and using 3 of them and having 600 divines just in here. Like, I could see this being a real thing that I would min-max the shit out of, but I don't think it'll happen. As much as I would like for it to happen, I don't think it's in the cards. The charms are unmodifiable, right? Right. Can't be crafted, can only be found and bought from the vendor dudes.
No love.
Our hopes are with you.
What about Dancing Devilish with Tinctures? That one I'm almost positive won't work because of how other things have behaved with them in the past.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
The animated Dancing Devilish is, well,
not all murders are equal.
Let me ask a question instead of answering that question. When we had a Crucible passive tree on our weapons, did the animated Dancing Devilish have its own passive tree when it was a minion? Because if the answer to that is yes, then chances are tinctures work in all of the things I was just talking about. And if the answer to that is no, then chances are tinctures do not work in all of the things we were just talking about. They called it a glitch that it worked and then they took it away. If that's a real thing that happened, I actually don't know. I didn't pay attention, but if that's a real thing that happened, then I suspect they'll have learnt from that, and in which case none of the things we just discussed will work. No, yes, no one knows. Man, I love PoE chats for Leaguestart. Listen, here's the thing. No matter what consensus we come to right now, it all comes down to we need to test it in game. In fact, I'll go as far as to say, even if someone from GDG appeared right now and was like, I'm cleared to tell you this does work, or I'm cleared to tell you this doesn't work, we still need to test it in game because sometimes they get it wrong. It's a confusing game. It's confusing to play, it's confusing to learn, and it's confusing to program. It's a confusing game. There's no answer until someone tests it. Physically actually tests it in the league once it's live. Like, nothing. I'm clear to tell you I do not know. Right? It's a confusing game, man. Some shit sometimes happens.
Blood for vengeance.
And thank you. Hello.
Is there a way to make Path of Building add Energy Blade as a weapon? No, unless it was added. I don't know if it was added, but
Just need a moment to
a while ago was the last time I tried to use it, and you had to like manually write in a line or manually add a weapon that had the amount of lightning damage you would have. I don't know if they fixed that at all. I haven't played Energy Blade in quite some time. Here's a question. Can I apply a tincture to an energy blade? Is that a weapon? That's actually a pretty good question. That one's actually a pretty good question. Can I apply a tincture to an energy blade? Mage will Hexblast this league. I think I'll be doing Hexblast this league. It's what I'm planning currently. I have no idea if I will actually league start it or not, but it's the current plan. I need to play Falling Zombies at one point. Me too. Can you make Ubers with Hexblast? I don't know, man. I'm fucking Papega as shit. I don't know if I can make Ubers with anything, but I'm gonna try. Is the build capable? Sure, absolutely. With a good pilot behind it. I am an average pilot at best. So we'll see.
Exile did a 2-hour 44 Act 10 with everything done. Jesus. Jesus.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
They should really make Tincture work as unarmed as well. I don't see any reason to exclude them. It might even be... Oh, I see the reason to exclude them. I think the reason to exclude them is super easy and obvious. They coded it to go on weapons and apply as if it was part of the local weapon. And that was how it was coded, and letting it apply to unarmed attacks would be like a whole different thing that you would have to program, and it is literally just not worth it for the 6 guys who want to play unarmed attacks. Just not worth the time to do. Overwolf Ascendancy looks fun. Honestly, all the Ascendancies look fun. This whole league looks fun. The balance patch looks fun. This is like wins all around. I'm like pretty fucking excited. I'm actually worried about how excited I am. Because I've been like... I don't want to say unhappy with the past few leagues, but maybe a little closer to apathetic than I am right now. And the fact that I'm this excited means I'm also primed to be really disappointed. Like, but it looks really good and I don't think I'm gonna be, but that's why I'm so excited. And that's why I'm worried. Because now I'm in a position where I can be let down. Morning. Giving us no anxiety for being too excited. Yeah, my guard's down. My guard's down and that's dangerous. You know, playing SRS, forget about the market and go at my own pace. Hey, if you want to forget about the market and go at your own pace, do I have an idea for you? How about a private league where everybody goes at their own pace and shares everything and there is no market?
Thank you. Remember, we do this.
Unlike some time.
It's a bit interesting time. Please. Even had to annul once. Nice. So prefixes are great.
Farewell.
Two more attempts about the private league, but I don't know how hard the challenges without trade. Location. Yeah, you're not actually stuck in a private league. If you start in a private league, you can just merge to trade whenever you want. And also, I don't have enough friends that play PoE to have a private league. Could I introduce you to 60 new friends? Exclamation mark, Baylor League.
You need something?
I'd like to introduce you to 60 new friends. That's far too many new friends. That's far too many new friends. That's true, actually. Hello, hello. Six-ish people we technically it'll be 12 new friends, 30 people you'll never meet, and 8 new enemies. So what do we call the private league? New friends league? I have no idea what the fuck I'm gonna name it. What am I gonna name the private league? I don't goddamn know. Not at all. I have no idea.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
You only have a few days before you can make them? Yep. What is happening with my latency right now? Hello? Excuse me? What is going on? Is this a zone problem or a me problem? I reckon that's the same dud Aussie server from before. Maybe. Baylor's Twitch Prime League? So that you see it in the corner every time because I forget to remind people about Twitch Primes all the time? Nah, little too on the nose for me. trying to tell you, Path of the Mist King. We could steal that for the private league name. That would be pretty cool. Wrath of the Mist King. It is. You can remember how to. Yep. Figured out why Energy Blade was not working in Path of Building. Had to put in a weapon in the weapon slot to make it work. Oh, just like any weapon? Okay. Yes, more heist runners, please. I'm lonely over here. Are heist runners and lab runners interchangeable? Like, are people gonna be like the same build for both things? I don't mean like the people are interchangeable. I mean, does the builds work both places? Is it this is kind of the same idea, right? Go fast and just enough damage? Or is it not the same idea? I don't even know if we've got any lab runners signed up. Ooh, we have some of everything now? Pog. Pog. Do you need to be just in the guild for the private league? You do not need to be in the guild for the private league at all. You're welcome to be in the guild for the private league if you want to be. You do not need to be. You really should be in the global chat though. 22567. That is the Balor global chat, and it will remain the Balor global chat forever, but especially important if you're gonna be in the private league.
The world must be cleansed of impurity. Burn!
Yeah, you phased, bud. Like instantly.
I am the Emperor.
The chat number was 22567.
Eternal.
I am innocence.
I am the storm.
Yeah, you phased, bud. Like instantly.
I am the Emperor.
I like how only one person has said yes for looking for a group. We're a bunch of antisocial introverts joining private leagues so that we can not play with each other but also be together. It's called parallel play.
I am the Emperor.
Like I want to play with other people but also get the fuck out of my map.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
That is some pretty good Leaguestart DPS. I'm just saying. I think the item column needs to be a little bit longer. Just fill it in. Just type as long as you want in it. It's fine. What in damnation have you done?
You deserve recognition. Once Kitava has gobbled up...
Parallel play sounds like a sex thing. It can be, but isn't exclusively.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Hello.
Hey. King's Dark Tiding, thank you for the 20-month resub. Good day today. Hey buddy. Hello. You want a pat? Or do you just want to nose around my room? Just want to nose around for a bit? Okay, you can just nose around for a bit then. I won't force you to come on camera and get a pat. If you're feeling friendly, stream gets to see you. If you're not feeling friendly, you can just hang out over there and nose around.
For freedom.
The need help with column is a good read. It is. I started it. It's probably my fault because I put the first thing in there and it was a joke. And some people have used it properly, and most people have filled out joke things like I did. Choosing a build. There's 2 people who said doing laundry. I'm going to give Shads credit for laundry since, you know, that was in first. That's a pretty good one. I like that. Okay, I don't know what's going on here, but this is real annoying. This is like frustratingly annoying. It is, I don't think on my end because nothing else is lagging. Not only that, if you just reset the zone a few times, you'll get a server that doesn't suck. It's not this one. Let's try again. Okay, it sucks. Oh, that's interesting. Maybe it is me. It just says reconnecting here at the bottom. Connecting to chat. I don't know. I don't know if I can see chat right now. Interesting. Have I disconnected? I'm not losing frames. Stream should still be going. Checking over on the YouTube. It seems connected fine. Okay, well I can see YouTube chat. I can't see Twitch chat. My thing says I'm still connected, so we're still streaming. Oh, through YouTube chat, I can see Twitch chat because of the restream bot. So this way, lightning arrow to shot, explosive arrow, caustic arrow, I guess, if that counts to you. I don't know if that counts to you or not. That one as well, though. What is better between LA and Tornado Shot? They're the same build. The difference is Tornado Shot requires more investment and more arrows and eventually becomes better. And you all start Lightning Arrow. But they're the same build. Just crazy in Australia lately. Is there a storm? Is that what's happening? I won't be neglected. That's fair. That's a fair and reasonable thing. However, I have discovered that I can read Twitch chat still. I just have to read it through the restream bot on the YouTube chat because it won't reconnect to Twitch chat for some reason. Say not going the same from Christmas carols at work because they started them on install music. 5 out of 8 of the songs. Oh no. Oh no. I've seen piles in the crafting section. I don't think so. But I was being a smart ass with Pineapple's sign up. Under Pineapple's name for her character, she wrote like Pineapple insert something clever here fairy, or Pineapple fairy insert something clever here. And I backspaced that on her and just put BalorMage in the area where it said insert something clever. I'd like to point out to everybody that clever and smart are two different things. I do think I'm clever. I do not think I'm smart. Pity that wand is so shit. It's got +1 power charge on it.
age to a gem. Oh, that's so clever. How's Hexblast Trapper going to be after the patch? I'm assuming it'll be minor because it was never done as traps, it's done as mines. And the answer should be a little bit clunkier, especially early, because we lost a bunch of mine throwing speed for literally no reason. Defend yourself, GGG. But once you get a bunch of the throw speed back through like jewels and crafts and stuff like that, it'll still be fine. It's just gonna start a little bit more awkward.
What is it? See you.
I'll find with the also mine throwing speed will feel really bad. Yeah, I think once you're like really geared and in the end game, it'll all be fine. It's just going to be a lot more clunky to play to begin with. It's just really weird because it's the exact opposite of all the rest of the patch notes. Like 13 pages of gem changes where they got rid of increased damage and put things that matter in the quality. And then 4 mine support things that were just like, take away the mine throwing speed and put in 10% increased damage, which is the thing they got rid of everywhere else. I don't know what the fuck. I have no idea why they would do such a thing at all. I can understand the want to get rid of some mine throwing speed if you think it's a little too easy and you want me to invest in it elsewhere. That's fine. I get that. Why would you replace the quality with 10% increased damage per gem? What a shit fucking quality. That's the quality you just got rid of. Why would you do this? It's super rare that it barely exists on the tree. It does. Barely exists on the tree at all. There was so little places for us to get it, and they did take quite a significant amount, which is still weird.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
I need it on jewels. Yeah, you can get like 8% on jewels, and we're gonna need a lot of them. Any mine or trap you think might be better? Explosive trap trickster, the self-chill version, especially if you're in trade, looks really, really good. I would legitimately love to know what happens, like what happened to make mines not just lose their throw speed, but also just gain the same boring generic damage they spent the rest of the patch notes trying to get rid of. That's the bit that's weird to me. Not that they took away the throw speed, although I wish they didn't, but why just gain the 10% generic damage that they got rid of everywhere else? Why put that back in? That's weird. Why do that?
To Kohama, our father of war, and Valakor, father of storm, took Kitava to Hinekora, mother of death. They asked her to kill the greedy Kitava. For surely their tribe
that would make sense if it was just they were taking them off the mine gems, but they didn't just take them off the mine gems, they took them off the mine support gems. Which is, we're not even getting alt quality support gems, so there's nothing I can do about it. Except just have the build work but be more awkward to play.
Woven of her own hair. To Kitava, each strand was a
Is Heat Shiver still gonna be around to get a red master just completely dead? Heat Shiver's kind of fine, by the way.
Thousands of blistering lashes across his back as Hinekora drove him relentlessly into the darkest corner of the
Like, it looks like a really, really substantial buff nerf. And it is, but it was so very strong that Heat Shiver could take that hit. So if we do some quick math on it, right? You have 100% of your damage to begin with. That's just your base damage, right? Then we used to get 100% from being frozen and another 30% from chill. So it used to be 230% of your damage. Wearing a Heat Shiver brought you from 100 to 230%. Great. Now it's 30 plus 30 because the other didn't change. So you've got the 100 base, you've got the 30% for being chilled, and you've got the 30% for being frozen. So it's now 160 instead of 230% damage. Honestly, that means putting on the Heat Shiver helmet is still 60% more damage. It used to be 130, now it's 60. 60% more damage. If we didn't have Heat Shiver before and it just got given to us now, people would be looking at it and being like, I just put on a helmet for 60% more damage? That seems really strong, because it is. But because we had 130% more damage before, everyone's looking at it as like, oh, Heat Shiver's dead, don't even use it, trash build, get rid of it, throw the helmet away, garbage now. But it's not. It's 60% more damage. Like, that's insane. That's a lot of damage. Right? Like, it's not, if we didn't already have it and we were just getting it now, people would be losing their minds at being able to put a helmet on and gain 60% more damage. Like, that's a lot. I don't even think there are support gems that do that. Right? Like, it's strong still, is what I'm saying. Right? Like, is it nerfed? Yes. Is it nerfed by a substantial amount? Yes. Does that make it garbage now? Abso-fucking-lutely not. It's still quite nice. Hey, look, here I'm sorry for somebody, not me. I mean, not for anyone, because the league hasn't started yet. But it'd be nice if I got one of them on Leaguestart. Somebody would want them. There are definitely people with Hirmsar in their list of things they want.
Where Lani's told innocence blesses your journey.
Tested of yesterday, switched Ascendancies and got a grand spectrum in normal lab. It's empty for increased tincture effect. Really look like it from the Tinctures we've seen so far. We've seen almost none of them though so far. There could be some very, very strong ones. Also, there's a lot of different builds that only need 3 flasks. So it may end up being the case that you like leave one slot open to get more effect of your tincture, and then also use that jewel that gives you flask charges per empty flask slot you've got to double up on the usage of that empty flask slot to get flask charges for the remaining 3. Albala. That's the one. I wonder if they'll work with the micro distillery belt. I am also curious about that. That question has been brought up a lot. I've seen it a lot on Twitter as well. I haven't really checked out Reddit a lot. I don't know if it's getting asked on there much. Hopefully we'll be told about it this week, but if we're not, we'll find about it. We'll find out pretty quick. Closer and closer to no drawback with Energy Blade. I got it from negative 50% less to 18% less. Nice. How does Icicle Mines with Return Proj feel? Never done it. No idea. I imagine pretty good. Just lag is insane. Just lag is insane. I hope it's not like this on Leaguestart. Plus fix. What do you plan on Leaguestart? Who knows? Probably Hexblast mines, but it's hard to tell. Could be anything.
Play dead. Good doggy.
Do you think it's worth min-maxing Pyroclast? It could be, but you need to have Astral Projector for it to be even remotely competitive with Hexblast, because that's what will make it auto-target. And even once you do that, I don't know if it's gonna beat Hexblast or not. I really like how GGs are going to be trickling out new gems throughout the league. That's so cool. I don't remember them saying that. We're going to be trickling all of the information out as soon as we get access to it throughout this week. I don't know if they're going to add new ones during the league. I don't remember that being a thing that they said they would do.
Remember?
All right.
My understanding was that if they don't get enough of them, they would add a bunch more next league.
I don't think I need to be
Honestly,
doing that.
if they add more during the league, that would be very cool. I would actually not be against that at all. Some people would hate that. I would love it. Some people would definitely hate it though.
Need a moment to catch my breath.
Wait, they don't have all those changes figured out? They don't have like fucking any of them figured out, like specifically. They said exclusively they'll be like working on them massively and releasing them in batches as they get them done. And we'll get as many as we get. They all but guaranteed that every active gem would have at least one by the league start, but that isn't all that they plan on doing. It's just... There'll be some that have multiple, but not all of them. Presumably, eventually all of them will have multiple. Presumably. As long as they can, as long as we want them, we're never going to stop wanting them. They could put in 800 trans gems today and then be like, do you guys still want more? And we would just be like, yep. There's no point at which the community would be like, nah, actually that's enough. It just wouldn't happen. They could also have different trans gems each league to force changes in things. Oh, that would be awesome. That would be awesome. I'd love that. Yo, there's one remains still. Where are you, bud? Where the fuck are ya? Nowhere. This zone just bugs. Nope, here it is. Found it.
While you be skulking about, I've managed to do a bit of hunting on my own. Got a whole time and tide, wait for no man.
Just re-clear it? Yeah. Look at that resistances. We just entered part 2. I hope my league start goes that well. I haven't even crafted anything yet. Why are they so good? Double res, single res, no move speed, 10% move speed boots. Those are still some Act 1 boots. Blue ring, no res here either. Double res there though, triple res there. No res there, no res there. I guess I'm just running purity. And that's helping quite a bit.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
That and 1200 life and no mana problems already. Nice. I could already replace my mana flask.
Is there a way to tell what granted skills a bark skill, for instance? So bark skin we specifically know because it was part of the announcement. It was in their like announcement video. They explained it and everything. It gives you, is it armor until you get hit, and then as you get hit more, it changes into evasion, or is it the other way around? It's part of their, it was part of their like announcement thing that they did. So I'm sure the information is on Reddit. There's a mega thread on Reddit. You should definitely check out the mega thread. It's got like every bit of information you could possibly need. All right. Well, I don't want to put up with this stupid latency thing, and we got plenty of stuff to do. So we're going to call that a day for streaming, but more shit to do. If you want me to look over it, I might look over it another time. I'm gonna be done today though. At a quick glance, it doesn't look too inefficient though. Seventh gate trees always look a bit weird. I don't see any quick problems with it. King and Halsley. Alright, let's see who's on. Let's see who's online. Wow, not a lot of people is the answer, surprisingly. This is like the lead up week, dude. Where are you all? This is league start week. Sleeping? Fair enough. I will see everybody tomorrow. Bye.